morning, everyone. I want to welcome all of you attending today's meeting. The meeting of the Arizona Board of Regents was called to order earlier this morning before convening an executive session. Today's public meeting will be scheduled until 4:30 p.m. A link to the live stream of the public meeting is available on the board's website under ABOR's Live or by going to YouTube and searching for ABOR News. Regent Fisher, would you please lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Regent Fisher. I would like to thank President Crow and his outstanding team for hosting us today and the warm hospitality. We're looking forward to your presentation today, President Crow, and learning more about the significant contributions ASU delivers to our great state, as well as the opportunities ahead for this outstanding university. Today, we're honored to have Tempe's Mayor, Corey Woods, in attendance, and I would like to invite him to take the opportunity to give us some few words.
Well, good morning. Good morning, President Crow, members of the Board of Regents. Thank you so much for having me here. I promise, even though I'm an elected official, I will be brief because I know you have a meeting to get to this morning. So I wanted to say very quickly here, thank you for taking the time to join us as we discuss important matters related to Arizona's public university system. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge your dedication and ongoing commitment to excellence in higher education. Additionally, I'd like to briefly discuss the exciting news that underscores Arizona's pivotal role in shaping the future of semiconductor technology and advanced manufacturing. Arizona State University, in partnership with the City of Tempe, has secured a transformative investment that will propel our state to the forefront of innovation and economic growth. The U.S. Department of Commerce has awarded ASU over $1.2 billion in CHIPS Act funding, a testament to this institution's leadership and potential in this critical field. This substantial investment will fund two groundbreaking initiatives. One, a $1.1 billion allocation for the NSTC prototyping and NAP-MP advanced packaging piloting facility. And two, a $100 million for the SHIELD USA initiative. Central to this announcement is the establishment of a new flagship semiconductor facility at ASU's Research Park right here in South Tempe. This facility, set to be operational as early as 2028, will be the third Chips for America research and development flagship in the nation. It will accelerate the lab-to-fab innovation cycle and provide unparalleled opportunities for workforce development and collaborative research. The SHIELD USA project, led by a university research team in collaboration with Tempe-based Deca Technologies, will explore cutting-edge manufacturing processes, further cementing Arizona's position as a hub for semiconductor innovation. This investment is not just about technology. It's about people. It's also about progress. It will strengthen our domestic semiconductor supply chain, drive advanced manufacturing breakthroughs, and open new pathways for business investment and job growth right here in the state of Arizona. So as we move forward, ASU and Tempe are poised to play a crucial role in securing America's leadership in the semiconductor industry. This achievement reflects the collaborative spirit and forward-thinking approach that defines our great state. So let us all embrace this opportunity to lead, to innovate, and shape the future of technology. Thank you again to President Crow and the Board of Regents for having me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Woods. Thank you, Mayor Woods. Our first item is called to the audience. If you have any materials for the Regents, please give them to our Board Secretary, Susan Templin, who is sitting in the right side, and she will distribute them to the Regents. Pursuant to board policy, time has been set aside for a call to the audience. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the entire board in a public setting to express their views or concerns regarding matters of board governance. The board reserves the right to limit the number of presenters at any one topic. Regents do not respond to comments made during the call of the audience. However, we do hear your remarks, and we ask the appropriate person to follow up and provide us with information on any issues raised. When you are called to speak, please proceed to the lectern. To keep us on schedule, each speaker have no more than 2 minutes because we have 20 presenters. As a courtesy to each speaker, Susan will hold a sign signaling how much time the speaker has remaining. At the end of your 2 minutes, we ask you to conclude your remarks. Susan, would you want to proceed? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Mata. Our first speaker is Yude Ranungo, followed by Elizabeth Charlenden.
Hello, thank you. I'm reading this statement written by an ASU graduate student, but these are words and sentiments with which I also agree. We've all heard these words before, that first they came for the socialists and I didn't speak out because I wasn't one. And they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me and there was no one left to speak to me. This poem is not just history, it's a warning. We are standing at a turning point. Every day, we see decisions being made at the highest levels of government that edge us closer to authoritarian control over education, research, and free thought. And when scientific research is defunded, when academic freedom is being threatened day by day, when diversity, equity, and inclusion programs are being dismantled, it may not affect you directly at first, just like it may not affect me directly at first. But make no mistake, the silencing of one group is always a step towards the silencing of others. It never stays satisfied with simply a few victims. Even if it was a few victims, I think it would still not be justified. But if we don't act now, soon there will be no one left to speak. So the Arizona Board of Regents, along with universities, educators, and academic institutions across the country, must take a stand. You must speak out against the erosion of our academic freedoms and the suppression of knowledge, against the vast unethical transfer of wealth and resources from public community-based institutions to private, unaccountable oligarchs. If you remain silent, the government, which is now increasingly representative of billionaires rather than citizens, may not come for you today, but they will come for your colleagues, your students, your institutions, and by the time you realize what has been lost, it will be too late. So history, since it remembers those who stood up and those who stood by, I urge ABOR to be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Elizabeth Charlenden, followed by Anya Chaturvedia.
Good morning. I'd like to speak to you about food. We've all heard the phrase starving student, usually used as a joke, but for many people it's unfortunately all too literal. And the Pitchfork Pantry is available as a resource to ASU students, but they've been falling short of resources. People are having to be constantly turned away. They're asking for private donations to buy such frivolous things as canned vegetables, rice, canned chicken, dry beans, canned fruit, powdered milk, and can openers to open all that canned food in the first place. Now, the university has given $20,000 to this organization out of student fees, but with the recent fee increase, let's look at how that's affecting students in net. There's 83,000 in-person students at ASU, so they're getting about 24 cents per student on average. So they're essentially having $349 and 76 cents taken away from them they cannot spend on food. And ASU particularly prides itself on supporting veterans. There's 18,000 veteran students here, but even if the Pitchfork Pantry were restricted only to them, it would only be about $1.11 per veteran. So I just want to urge to think more about these fee increases. This is not just an arbitrary issue. It's seriously impacting students, and while it's great for them to have charity from volunteers, it's not enough, and it's more of a help to students to not take the money out of their pocket in the first place. Thank you.
Anya Chaturvedi, followed by Jeremy Bernick.
Hello, everyone. I am Anya Chaturvedi. I am currently with the Graduate Student Government as Vice President of External Affairs. I'm speaking on behalf of a graduate student from Mechanical Engineering, Utsav Joshi, who couldn't be here today. He says, "Dear members of the Arizona Board of Regents, I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns regarding the proposed student fee increases at ASU. As a graduate student relying on student loans with a current debt of approximately $58,000, even small fee increases make it harder to afford basic necessities like rent, food, and transportation while pursuing my education. I did not receive any financial assistance or scholarships during my admission, making these added costs even more challenging. On-campus employment opportunities are highly competitive. Recently, I learned that over 250 applicants applied for a single office aide position. With such limited financial support available, additional fees place an even greater strain on students already struggling to manage their expenses. I kindly urge ASU and the Arizona Board of Regents to prioritize students' financial well-being by avoiding further fee increases, ensuring greater transparency in fee decisions, and expanding financial assistance programs. Higher education should be accessible and affordable, and I sincerely hope ASU and the board will consider these concerns when making decisions that impact students' futures. Thank you.
Jeremy Bernick, followed by Alberto Plantillas.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Jeremy Bernick. I am the graduate student body president at the U of A. I've been serving for 2 years, and surprisingly, this is the first time that a joint memorandum has been signed by all undergraduate and graduate student body presidents at all 3 state universities. I bring this message on behalf of all of us. Let me set a little bit of context first before I deliver that. We have a trilateral student health insurance negotiation process where all student health insurance for undergraduate and graduate students at 3 universities gets decided by the campus health directors. We have an adjacent student health insurance advisory committee that's represented by students who provide feedback about the current student health insurance offerings and anything that needs to be added to that. But unfortunately, every time that I've participated in my 2 years in those health insurance advisory processes, the results that I'm looking for and that students like me are advocating for at the 3 universities doesn't seem to make it to the actual final trilateral meeting that campus health directors present to ABOR for policy renewal. With that in mind, I'll read the statement that was signed and deliver it to the relevant parties at the Regents' staff. Distinguished Regents, the undersigned parties, the elected student leadership of the 3 public university systems in Arizona, seek a formal role in the trilateral negotiations of our student health insurance plans. While the current system does allow for student participation, it remains too decentralized and opaque for student leadership to provide meaningful feedback and input. We seek a student leadership delegation for the trilateral campus negotiation meetings that occur annually in the spring semester. Furthermore, we urge the board to consider the appointment of the student regent to engage with student leadership on issues related to health insurance renewal negotiations going forward. Thanks.
Alberto Plantillas, followed by Scarlett Nogosek.
Hello, everyone. Wait, is that good? All right, thanks. My name is Alberto Plantillas. I am a member of the Arizona Students Association. I am also Chief of Staff to the Graduate Student Government, but I am here on my individual role as a ASU graduate student studying a master's in public policy. Yeah, just to put it bluntly, we don't think ICE should be on campus. Students should not have to face disintimidation by their peers, this being a violation of ABOR policies for on-campus activities. For example, the Thunderbird School has about 90% international students, and I've heard from all of them personally that they do feel intimidated by these actions. Another big thing is fee increases are a big deal for students, especially for graduate students who have different types of loans than undergraduate students. So it is an even bigger issue because they don't rely on their parents' income the same way that undergraduates do. It's also a shame that ABOR testified in the Senate Education Committee yesterday to defend high presidential salaries while ignoring SB 1694, a bill that would defund Arizona universities if they have DEI on their campuses. Let me remind you that so-called DEI also includes protections for veterans and disabled Americans, and not just the commonly demonized LGBTQ community. We demand the board act to protect students. Thank you for your time.
Scarlett Nogosek, followed by Finn Warsop Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Scarlett Nogosek, and I'm a student here at ASU. I am a member of Responsible Innovation Labs in collaboration with Pitchfork Pantry and Sun Devil Swipes. Today, I want to talk about food insecurity. Student hunger is a crisis that not only impacts academic success, but also students' physical health, mental well-being, and overall quality of life. At ASU, food insecurity is a persistent challenge. Even with campus initiatives like Pitchfork Pantry and Sun Devil Swipes, despite these efforts, many students still face difficulties accessing consistent, nutritious meals, which can hinder their ability to focus, learn, and succeed. This is why we're advocating for the Hunger-Free Campus Bill, modeled after a successful legislation passed in 11 other states. This bill is more than just a food issue. It's about fostering an environment where students should never have to choose between their education and their next meal. A recent survey of ASU students found that nearly 30% experience food insecurity. This issue disproportionately affects Black and African American students, local commuter students, and those with dependents. Many of those students are forced to rely on low-cost food options, often unable to afford balanced, nutritious meals due to financial constraints. ASU does have programs designed to tackle food insecurity, such as Pitchfork Pantry, a student food run pantry. It's an invaluable resource that helps students stretch their budgets and access nutritious food. However, on its own, it cannot meet the growing demand for food assistance on campus. Beyond food pantries, students are also taking the lead in advocacy. Sun Devil Swipes and ASU Student Club is working to address food insecurity through policy change. As ASU's own take on Swipe on Hunger, the club is actively pushing for the Hunger-Free Campus Bill. So what can ASU do to make a real difference? By adopting the Hunger-Free Campus Bill, we can reduce food insecurity through comprehensive systemic policy changes, improve resource allocation to better support students in need, leverage existing resources like Pitchfork Pantry and student-led advocacy to establish sustainable solutions. ASU has a chance to lead the way in creating lasting solutions for student food insecurity. It's time for ASU to take a bold stand and set a powerful example for universities across Arizona. Thank you.
Finn Warsop Thomas, followed by Maureen Tarr.
Hello, I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate here at ASU and an international student from England, and I'm speaking in support of a fee waiver for student workers due to the unreasonable financial burden that these charges have upon us. I'm sure we are all aware that the cost of living in this state has risen astronomically over the last few years. Most students end up paying half of their income to rent alone. The current student fees for international students, if you're employed as a research or teaching assistant, also equate to just under half of our monthly wage. This means that the 3 months of the year, if you do the maths, these are the 3 times that we are charged these fees, we just about break even, with absolutely nothing to spare for food, parking, transport, medical care, or insurance. International students are not eligible for the majority of scholarships, and we cannot apply for government aid programs like food stamps. We have minimum enrollment requirements, and we cannot avoid fees by simply reducing our course load. We also cannot just work more to afford these fees. We are legally restricted to the 20 hours a week of on-campus employment. This means we are utterly powerless in the face of these fee increases. On top of this, our student fees are already higher than those of residents, and many of us have to return home to our home countries to renew our visas, which comes a massive financial burden. These factors all create a snowballing financial strain, which impacts our well-being significantly. The money spent on fees is money that could go to our living expenses, to supporting family, to urgent medical care. I still cannot afford to have my wisdom teeth removed, and I know that I'm not alone in struggling to afford these costs. Our contributions to our institutions are vital. We perform many of the same roles that employees do with full benefits. We write grants, we write articles, we teach classes, and yet these employees are not charged fees like we are. A fee waiver would help to recognize our work and keep us doing our best. It is a difficult time to be a scientist and a difficult time to be an immigrant. Please support us by waiving these fees.
Marine Tahir, followed by Akash Balakrishnan.
My name is Marine Tahir, and I serve as the Vice President of Professional Development with Graduate Student Government. My belief in free speech is not just theoretical, it is deeply personal. I grew up under a regime where speaking freely was not a right, but a risk, especially for women. The right and the ability to express your thoughts without fear was a privilege that only a few could afford. And for that reason, I hold it sacred. However, freedom of speech must never be distorted into a tool for harm. There's a stark difference between open discourse and speech that incites hate, discrimination, and fear, especially against individuals based on their gender identities, religious affiliations, and background. True free speech fosters dialogue. It does not intimidate, endanger, or make people fearful. At ASU, we have a responsibility to ensure that every member of our community feels safe, both in expressing our viewpoints and existing without the fear of being targeted. When hate speech disguises itself as free speech and erodes that safety, we must act. The most vulnerable among us cannot be left to fend for themselves when their well-being is at stake. I call upon the Board of Regents and all of us in this room to uphold the ASU's Charter of Inclusive Excellence, not just by words, but by action. Safety is not a privilege, it's a right. And when that right is under attack, our duty is clear: to stand, to protect, and to speak unequivocally against hate. Thank you.
Akash Balakrishnan, followed by Amalia Strange.
A couple of years ago, I was applying to universities around the world to pursue further education. I had, and still have, a dream to make the world a better place to live in, for not just myself. As I was looking at universities in the US, I came across a quote from Ronald Reagan, who said, "Our nation is a nation of immigrants. More than any other country, our strength comes from our own immigrant heritage and the capacity to welcome those from other lands." It was this quote that convinced me to come to the United States and to Arizona State University in the first place. I've had a wonderful time here academically over the past 2.5 years. I graduated last spring with a master's degree. I started my PhD in the fall. I met some wonderful professors who have been very supportive of my academic journey. But from a personal point of view, My experience has been quite the opposite of the sentiment that was expressed by the former president. In the first month I was here, I had someone tell me to go back to where I came from. A couple months later, I had someone throw a bottle of what I still hope is water at me from a moving vehicle and yell obscene racial slurs at me. I then saw that Charlie Kirk, a far-right commentator who said that, quote, immigration policies were diminishing and decreasing white demographics in America, unquote, was invited to speak on campus. Nick Fuentes, another far-right commentator who spews anti-Semitic and anti-immigration sentiments, was also invited to speak on campus the following semester. Soon after this, I had someone who I assume is a student call me a, quote, sand N-word who should be bombed out of existence, end quote. Every semester, I have felt less and less safe, and this has now directly started to affect the academic environment that I've tried to create for myself. Since the election of the current president, the ever-growing threat of deportation has been directly affecting my education. 2 weeks ago, I came to know of a movement run by a group known as the College Republicans United at Arizona State, which was advocating for the mass reporting of Indian and other immigrant students at ASU to ICE. Fearing for my safety, this made me not go to campus for 4 days, which as a PhD student is not feasible. I have had students walk past me and stare at me like I'm a zoo animal, but one they really don't want at their zoo and want to put down instead. So why is it that me, a student who simply wants to make my life in the world a better place, be treated like this on a day-to-day basis? And I know that it is not just me who feels this way, as other immigrant students with different backgrounds have also had similar experiences to me, as they have shared with me. Most professors who I've spoken to on campus said that there are not a lot of ways that ICE can legally deport me on campus, and I know that campus officials have reiterated this sentiment recently. But this does not take away from the feeling of existential dread that makes my life harder every single day. I am standing here, arms locked with my fellow students, pleading that ABOR do more to make it safer for immigrant students on campus, not just from a legal perspective, but also by addressing our feelings of fear during these tumultuous times. Thank you.
Molly Strange, followed by Hypatia Maravangilia.
Hi, my name is Amelia Strange, and I'm the president of the School of Life Sciences Graduate Executive Board, a student org that represents over 600 graduate students in Souls. I am opposed to the increase in student fees because of the burden it places on grad students who are employed by this university and provide services crucial for its operation. The proposed fee increases affect a population of students that is already stretched thin. How will I justify this additional expense to my pregnant peer who hasn't been able to go to a dentist in years because we don't receive dental insurance? What do I tell the students in my organization that are parents or are supporting their families? This institution values its non-traditional students, and these fees harm them disproportionately. I also do science outreach at local high schools. I cannot, in good conscience, encourage the first-gen, low-income students I work with to come to ASU, knowing that they will face a yearly barrage of fee increases, adding to the stress of students that are already sacrificing so much to come here. For a university that prides itself on innovation, I'm surprised that we can't find a more creative solution to a budget shortfall than increasing student fees. I understand that there are other systemic issues at play, especially in light of the federal attempts to slash research grants, but we're on the same team. The grad students will happily join you in advocating for the state of Arizona to properly fund its educational institutions. We're obviously very good at making signs. We don't want an adversarial relationship with the university. We love being here and we love doing research that benefits our communities. However, it's impossible to do this work when we have to regularly oppose unreasonable fees. Thank you.
Hypatia Maraviglia, followed by Michael Kenscher.
I'm Hypatia Medavia. I'm a grad student at ASU, and I'm a member of United Campus Workers Arizona, CWA Local 7065. As you've heard from our other speakers, This board and university administration has chosen to be largely silent on the urgent and local and national threats to the safety and well-being of our workers and students. Since you say so little, let's look instead at where you put your time and your resources. Last spring, President Crow refused, again, to dedicate ASU space or resources to an LGBTQ center. Centers which are the barest minimum expectation for universities across the country, and which ASU students have been demanding on paper since at least 2006. He says in the interview, "We don't find those things to be particularly successful. We could not have separateness, but we would have cooperation, collaboration, recognition, and respect." Interesting adjectives for ASU to live up to, because this month, ASU's Institute for American Institutions hosted Mary Rice Hansen to speak on the truth about the human person and counter gender ideology. This is the same Mary Rice Hansen who wrote publicly last year, "Gender ideology is a false anthropology and preposterous belief system that makes Christians less likely to be receptive to the truth." ASU dedicated its own space, its own support, and its own faculty and staff time to host Hansen. Space, support, and staff are exactly the resources that queer workers and students have been asking for 2 decades. ASU is happy to provide that event to folks dedicated to the destruction and removal of trans people like me. They are not willing to provide that to support us. This dangerous, one-sided apathy isn't just at ASU. Thomas Atkins, a VP with this board, took the time to leave a public comment against SB 1453, a bill introduced to limit university present bonuses. This board gave zero such attention to SB 1256, a bill introduced to ban DEI programs and trainings at public institutions, despite it being part of a larger national change. Why is the board's attention on their paychecks and their pocketbooks, and not on deeply essential programs that support and protect its workers and students? These are not paper problems. This is the daily safety and lives of our workers and students. The powerful wealthy are acting nationally to remove queer folks from daily life through policy and poverty. The powerful wealthy in this room are refusing to meet workers and students' clear, specific demands for the resources we need to keep our communities safe. Listen close to this one, board. Removing me and workers and students like me from your institutions through denial of resources and blind eyes to threats and violence is not an apolitical stance. You are not making a neutral choice. Listen to the people who make your university run. Create an LGBTQIA center for all students, faculty, and staff.
Michael Kencher, followed by Scott Minor.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Kincher. My pronouns still exist, and they're still they, them. I'm a PhD student here in computer science at Arizona State University, and I am the Assembly President of Graduate Student Government. Members of the board, I'm not entirely sure how much we have in common. I'm a fourth-generation American. My great-grandparents came to this country fleeing the rise of Nazi Germany. I grew up riding the brink of poverty. I biked 6 miles each day to high school, not knowing if I would have a home to go back to at night. I remember freezing cold mornings at the church, waiting in line to get enough food to last throughout the week. And when I was awarded a scholarship by our federal government to attend ASU, the value of that scholarship was more than most of my family had made in their entire lives. And because of that, I stand before you today, the first in my family to pursue a PhD. 4 generations, from political refugees to finally having a shot at avoiding poverty. All of this was possible because of a federally funded program that may no longer exist. The other day I received a text message from a friend, a fellow graduate student, who said to me, "I don't know if I'm getting my next paycheck." Their program has stopped all meetings, operations, and spending because the federal grants they relied on were frozen. Later that evening, I was sitting by the side of an ASU staff member, a mother, recovering from shock because she had just learned that the grant money that funds her entire department and put food on the table for her children was gone. These institutions are supposed to lift people up out of poverty, not cast them down into it. Members of the board, there's one thing I know we do have in common. None of us would be here today if it were not for the institutions and the grant money that funds them. There are billionaires actively dismantling our public education system as we speak, and their actions are directly harming the communities these universities serve. We look to you for leadership. We don't need plans to comply in a cowardly attempt to avoid unwanted regulatory action from spineless politicians bought and sold by these billionaires. What we need is a decisive action to demand that our politicians fund these institutions. We need a plan to stop the theft of hundreds of millions of dollars from the state of Arizona, its institutions, and the communities that they serve. Members of the board, I look forward to working with you to ensure that all of us have a future. Thank you.
Scott Minor, followed by Annika Avery.
I'm a research scientist at Biodesign Institute, an alumnus of Arizona State University, and a member of United Campus Workers. What is taught and learned here is not just vocational training. Knowing philosophy, ethics, history, art, literature, and so on, all prepare us to be better at whatever vocations we do and for our duties as citizens. You have a duty to the students and community. The university is not a business. It is not a money-making center. Getting a degree is not just about ROI. It has a lot more value than that. You talk about free speech, and you seem willing to go to the mattresses to protect it for fascists who come and assault professors on our campus. But last year, you invited the Gestapo to our campus to come and take peaceful protesters, students, faculty, staff, community members, and arrest them. Pardon me. They were protesting a genocide which has cost more than a quarter of the population of Gaza. None of us are free until all of us are free. Our liberation, including all of yours, is tied together. Now, creeping fascism is openly here, and I suspect some of you may have voted for it. We need to protest now more than ever, but your actions have poured cold water onto that and your treatment of anti-genocide protesters. You promised to provide leadership and a unifying voice on key higher education issues and influence public policy through advocacy and initiatives founded upon evidence-based research. Well, the evidence is very clear. Diversity, equity, and inclusion all make us better. Immigrants make us better. We're a nation of immigrants. My grandfather, about a century ago, came to this country, stowed away on a boat with his cousin and his best friend. They lived here, they worked here, they were very contributing members of society. And now that path is no longer open to people. To our detriment. Universities should be a sanctuary. You shouldn't invite ICE here. You shouldn't, again, you have a duty to protect people. People come here to learn and to contribute to our society and to participate. You need to protect them. This thing where you're just getting money and doing all of this stuff, this is not your job. This is not your duty. This is not what you should be doing. You should resign if that is what you think you should be doing. You need to protect our rights to protest and do everything in your power to counter the illegal, unconstitutional, immoral, and unethical acts of the president and his current administration. Thank you.
Annika Avery, followed by Madison.
Hello. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate, and my name is Annika Avery. So this is my story. I'm currently being affected by student fees. It's been a really hard 4 years. I have $100,000 in student loans and personal loans. I nanny several times a week in the evenings while also teaching and doing research. During a really hard year for me financially, I worked at Target too. I woke up at 2:30 in the morning to work until 8 a.m. when I would go TA and I would do my research, and then in the evenings I would go and nanny and I'd get home at 9 p.m. This fall, I had $600 in fees and medical costs. At the same time, I had to buy materials for my experiment. I use a Jumpstart grant, which means I personally have to buy the materials and then I get reimbursed, but that's at a later time. So I had all these things to buy, and I also needed to buy cat food. So my payment priorities went cat food, student fees, experiment, then food for myself. These kinds of stressful money situations aren't unique to me or this semester. It's every semester for me and my peers. And so I ask ABOR and ASU, is this a business or is this a school? Are we really students here? Do you care about me and my peers? Is it really that hard to carry out bundling fees into our tuition? Isn't figuring this out what you are paid to do? During recruitment 2 weeks ago, I warned grad students that there might be other schools that care about them more, so maybe they shouldn't come here. Thank you.
Madison, followed by Lori Stoff.
Hi. None of you seem super moved by a crying student in front of you. That's cool. So, the United States military has more than 800 bases around the world. Between 1776 and 2019, the U.S. carried out 392 military interventions worldwide. And this does not include military campaigns that we have been complicit in. Most recently, Israel's genocide in Gaza, which saw weapons and technologies made by companies like Raytheon and Honeywell, companies that these universities have partnerships with, used to rip Palestinian babies to shreds, to reduce every single university in Gaza to rubble, and to assassinate academics like Rifat al-Arir. I bring this up because last year, the Department of Defense gave ASU, NAU, and U of A a combined total of almost $100 million in research expenditures. These universities have very close relationships with the US military, and the regents sitting before us are proud of that. I am not proud. I am ashamed. I am ashamed that ASU, my alma mater and my employer, is so proud of their complicity in genocide, is so proud of their role in the US empire. Now, I may be ashamed, but I am not surprised. This institution has long been committed to choosing morally repugnant positions and being on the wrong side of history. For example, Turning Point USA is still allowed to use campus facilities to peddle their anti-trans drivel despite physically assaulting a queer professor on campus, on this very campus. College Republicans United are allowed on campus. They are allowed to host an event encouraging their classmates to call ICE on each other. That's ridiculous. That is outrageous, and that is dangerous. Meanwhile, pro-Palestinian, anti-genocide students are brutally assaulted by cops and banned from campus. You see, this is what happens when the power to make decisions for these universities, our universities, is concentrated in a handful of regions. They are not beholden to us. They are not accountable to us. They are loyal to the money, the donors, the funders, not us. We are the people who make this university run. We are the ones who should have the power. Students, staff, and faculty. These universities would not function without us, so why shouldn't we have the power? Why should we have to come to these meetings every few months and beg for living wages, for health care, for job security, for food? We as students, staff, and faculty need to come together. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to national politics lately, but this shit is only going to get worse. The need to unite, to organize, to fight back is more critical now than ever. And if you care about the safety of queer and trans and undocumented people on campus, if you care about our university's role in genocide and imperialism, I hope you'll join us, and I hope you'll fight back.
Lori Stoff, followed by Morgan Ruff. Morgan Ruff, followed by Carly Vandermersch.
My apologies, I couldn't hear the name being called. Hi, I am a teaching professor here at Arizona State University in Barrett, the Honors College. And I also serve as the Assistant Director of the Office of National Scholarship Advisement. And I want to tell you about a student of mine, Esteban. Esteban comes from a very small town in Arizona where very few, if any, of his peers have been able to go to university. He was overjoyed when he was accepted at Arizona State University, and particularly to the Honors College. He was absolutely over the moon about this opportunity afforded to him. But he did face a lot of obstacles. It was not an easy adjustment for him at all to come to university. He did not have the kind of support that most students have. He would often come to my office and talk to me not only about his classes, but also about opportunities that he wanted to pursue, wonderful awards that he wanted to apply for. And he wanted to tell me about all the professors that he had throughout the university that had given him so much support, and how he wanted to take further classes with them. But when he looked at the classes available for the following year, he found that most of them were listed as just being offered by staff. And he was asked me why that was, and other students actually asked me why this was as well. And I explained to them, well, likely those classes are being taught by contingent faculty, faculty who are on year-to-year contracts who don't know whether they're going to have any employment the next year. And he was shocked by this, as most students are, because he wanted to be able to know that those faculty were going to be around. These students' experiences reflect the reality that most contingent, or now called career track, faculty face at all three universities, where they comprise the majority, actually, of the faculty. And they, every year, find that they do not have any recourse if they are not renewed. This precarity in employment puts students at risk. Since faculty work closely with them, they do the majority of teaching. They teach most of the students here at ASU and at all three universities, and they are unable to obtain multi-year contracts because ABOR has capped the number of those contracts at 30%. So this limitation means that most career track faculty are on one-year appointments with no expectation of renewal. It's fair to argue that despite the title change to career track faculty, that 1 year is not a career. And so, as career track faculty who are dedicated to the success of our students, to the success of our universities, we ask that ABOR reconsider and remove that cap of 30% to allow for as many career track faculty who are essential to the operations of the university, who provide the stability that students need to be able to succeed in their futures, which will benefit everyone because our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Thank you for your consideration.
Morgan Ruff, followed by Carly Vandermersch.
Hello, my name is Morgan Ruff, and I serve as the Vice President of Student Advocacy at ASNAU, which is our undergraduate student government over at NAU. In my role, I oversee our ASNAU appropriation system, which helps with student funding, sit on various faculty committees, and head our student senate. I'm here today to speak to you all about the importance of the student. As you all know, you hold a very important and highly regarded position as the Board of Regents and its supporting members. It is a tremendous effort to direct the state and campuses on higher education, and I applaud you all in doing so. With this responsibility comes great weight. I have seen, heard, and felt the tangible impacts that you all make on Arizona campuses. These decisions are more than a couple of discussions, the writings on a piece of paper. They have true impact on students and faculty alike and are no small change. Our motto at ASNAU is because of the student we exist. As the Board of Regents, you all share the meaning of this motto. We would not be here in this room if it were not for all of the students who chose to attend college in Arizona. These students are the most important stakeholders in your decisions, as it is their choices that contribute to your role here. As we enter a differing political climate with new pressures from legislation or higher government officials, I implore you all to put the student first. It can be easy to get caught up in financial risks and gains, external input about changes that should occur, or personal feelings about what is right or wrong. But these things should not and cannot be the focus. There are 23,000 undergraduate students at NAU who I serve in my position. We have over 5,000 graduate students, and between ASU and U of A, there are 118,000 more Arizona undergrads. Each and every one of these individuals is working towards bettering their future, hoping to get a solid career and learn new experiences. So as you continue with your discussions today, I simply ask that you all consider the over 200,000 college students of Arizona and how each and every one of them will be uniquely impacted by the choices that you make. Thank you.
Carly Vandersmarsh, followed by Richard Robert Roselaw.
Hello, Regents and members of the board. My name is Carly Vandermersch, and I'm the 2024-2025 Student Body President of the Associated Students of Northern Arizona University, or ASNAU. This year, NAU's administration has emphasized fiscal responsibility, an idea that sounds reasonable in theory, but is being executed at the expense of students. As departments are asked to trim their budgets and navigate funding reductions, many are forced to make up the shortfall elsewhere. Too often, this results in cuts to student-facing programs, student employment, and even university research, resources that directly impact student experiences and academic success. Some departments have turned to ASNAU for financial support. To keep essential programs alive, such as Gold Axe, High Pines, critical resources like the library and testing center, our student government has allocated over $150,000 to support these departments. This figure has grown significantly in just this 1 year, and even more so since this so-called era of fiscal responsibility. Yet student fees are on the rise. For example, a fee was recently approved by university administration on November 10th and presented to a budget committee on December 10th. This fee was a 33% increase for a department that has never historically used more than 75% of its budget. There's been no clear justification for this increase, nor transparency on how these additional funds will be used. When our student government requested supplementary information before making a decision, we were told that our input was not necessary because the university was past the point of discussing the possibility of a fee being raised. It appears as though fees are being viewed as convenient revenue stream by upper administration because their changes appear less drastic on the surface. However, their total cost does become burdensome. As a student on a full tuition scholarship, I pay thousands in fees alone. What is happening here at NAU exemplifies why student input and student oversight are crucial in fee decisions. Fiscal responsibility should not come at the expense of students. Relying heavily on student fees to balance budgets creates financial instability when enrollment drops. If NAU is truly committed to responsible budgeting, that responsibility must include transparency and student inclusion in decision making. What we're seeing at NAU is not fiscal responsibility, it's a failure of leadership. Thank you.
Richard Robert Rostal, followed by Eric Cadman.
Thank you, Susan. So I am Richard Robert. I am a student here at Arizona State University and here on my own behalf today. I appreciate the time that the board has set forth as well as our university presidents here. And I kind of want to open up with just a question for us to internalize. What makes our institutions? Is it our name? You know, is MIT, is that the name? Is that why they're so great? Is it our budget? You know, whoever has the biggest number, is that the intention of our universities? Everything comes down to our students, right? It's not just our research. Our research is in support of our students. Our budget is in support of our students. Everything here is in support of the development of our students, lest it be for their career, lest it be for their future in our society. This is the brief moment that we have with them. And my question is, are we truly giving the best for our students? Are our teaching teams doing that? Do we have instructors who actually want to teach those classes? I know we all have gone through university and we remember there was this infamously hard professor, but is it good to have professors who are infamously bad at teaching? Are these the ones we want to lead those lectures for our first and second and third year students? These are things that we really need to consider moving forward to how can we ensure that we provide our faculty with the teaching experience that they need to enable our students moving forward, right? We don't want to just throw them out into the woods and hope for the best. So this is something we certainly need to consider as our school continues to grow, that we are thinking about the students at the very beginning. And again, I ask, what makes our institution? Thank you.
Our final speaker, Eric Cadman.
Good morning. First, a little bit about myself. I'm a long-term Tempe, Arizona resident. I went to school at UAT, which I'm sure probably some of you know. I am a child of immigrants. My grandmother came here from Norway in 1950 after having lived through the Nazi occupation. And I can trace on one side of my family all the way back to the daughters and sons of the American Revolution. I'm here today as a worker. My name is Eric Cadman. I'm a food service worker for Aramark at the Hacienda Dining Hall at Arizona State University at the Tempe campus. I'm a shop steward, as I just said, with the union, which is Unite Here Locally 11. Employees have been represented by the union since mid-2020. I take pride in both the work that I do there. Presently, I make the pizzas, which you should come by and have some. They're delicious. And the responsibility for ensuring my coworkers and I are respected and treated fairly. Over the past 4 years, our wages and health benefits have improved a lot because of our union. Recently, many of us were quietly very nervous about the bid to continue Aramark working at ASU. We were afraid that we would lose either our jobs and gains in wages and benefits we had fought so hard to gain recently. Workers have recently been told that Aramark is in good shape to remain as ASU's dining hall food service provider, and workers like myself are very grateful that our jobs appear to be safe for the time being. We also know that not all food service workers at ASU have the same security at this time. It's much less clear about what will happen to non-Aramark food service workers whose operations may be taken over by Aramark under its new contract at the school. I'll skip forward a little bit. Today I'm here to ask the Board of Regents to adopt a strong worker retention policy as part of all future RFPs and bids across the university system. We ask the Board of Regents to adopt a system like the one the federal government uses under the service contract. Under that law, federal contractors must offer a right of first refusal to workers employed under a predecessor contract when the new contract is worth $250,000 or more. Is good enough for the federal government to use it, then it should be good enough for Arizona to use it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Mata.
Thank you all for your remarks. The board will take 5 minutes break. Welcome back. There has been a lot of activity lately, but I would like to share some good news and achievements and contributions from our universities, and they have made impact at the state level, at the national level, and around the world. And these are so few examples of what is happening daily in our universities. I want to start with ASU. So President Crow recently released a report on ASU's significant economic impact of the states. The university spending on operations and constructions contributes directly and indirectly $6.1 billion to the state's gross domestic product. In addition, taking into account the various measures of economic activity that can be traced to the university, such as alumni wages and the impact of ASU-linked businesses, the university's economic impact in the state is likely about $32 billion. So I'm going to move to NAU now, and I'm honored to deliver breaking news from Northern Arizona University at today's meeting. Just hours ago, the Carnegie Foundation announced that NAU has been elevated to the R1 Research Activity designation, highest. President Cruz Perez not here, the highest classification for research institution in the United States. Did you? Yes, let's do it. The R1 designation demonstrates the university's commitment to research, scholarship, and graduate education, and adds to NSU's national reputation as a permanent engine of opportunity and excellence. Thanks to NAU's dedicated teachers, scholars, the university is among the foremost in the nation in advancing the frontiers of knowledge across disciplines and preparing students to excel in the workforce of the future. So now, next is U of A. As part of the University of Arizona research enterprise that hit $1 billion this past year, 2 new studies of the sample collected from asteroid Bennu suggest that conditions for the emergence of life were widespread across the early solar system. U of A Regents Professor Danton Loretta and PI of the NASA OSIRIS-REx mission and his team made this out-of-the-world discovery that makes all of the Arizona and the global scientific community very proud. Also, the University of Arizona's success is underpinned by their wonderful students and faculty who have won top national recognitions. Bryce Wilson was named 2025 Churchill Scholar, one of the only 18 students in the nation to win the prestigious and highly competitive award. With the scholarship, Bryce will pursue a master's degree in clinical neurosciences at Cambridge when he is done with U of A. An unprecedented 3 faculty colleagues, I'm going to try to pronounce those names, Gurtina Besla and Caitlin Crater in astronomy and Paloma Beamer in public health, won presidential early career awards for scientists and engineers Picasso. In addition, Rodrigo Gutierrez and Ariel Bex with the U of A Center of Recruitment and Retention of Mathematics teachers were awarded presidential awards for excellence in mathematics and science teaching and mentoring. Also, congratulations to President Gary Mella for being elected into the National Academy of Engineering, which is among the highest professional distinctions. So for our three public universities, congratulations on this achievement, because every day we hear good things about you too. So at our November board meeting, I was pleased to share an overview of the new board initiative to strengthen our relationship with the defense industry. Today, I ask you please join me in welcoming retired Colonel Wade Thompson, who has retired from the U.S. Air Force and who joins ABOR as the new Director of Military Aerospace and Defense Initiatives. Before I introduce him, I would like to give you some background of where he's coming from. And in this new role, Wade will provide specialized guidance on policies and strategies to promote partnerships and collaborations between Arizona public universities and the Department of Defense, military entities, and defense-related industries. He has an illustrious military career, from serving as an officer and A-10 fighter pilot to Director of Operations or Air Forces Central, responsible for all air operations matters supporting Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom, and working as the Chief of Staff of the Pacific Air Forces. He has worked extensively on Capitol Hill, running a nonpartisan office for the U.S. European Command and also the Supreme Headquarters for Allied Powers Europe. He also has worked with numerous defense sector industry, such as Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon, which are part of the 10 big hitters in the defense industry. Wade, would you please stand up and so you'll be recognized and give you a round of applause to join our board? Thank you. So now I would like to turn to our Executive Director, Shad Sampson, for his presentation.
Thank you, Chair Mata. Very much appreciate the opportunity to briefly address the board. We realize that we are moving quickly towards ASU's operational and financial review, and we want to get to the main event. But there is an opportunity here to just take a moment to bring the board up again on some of our FAFSA activities. And to introduce one of our most important and most effective partnerships. First of all, we talk a lot at this board of the regarding FAFSA, and it is because it is the most or one of the most important indicators of college going. We keep a weather eye on how we are doing. Last year, with the difficulties at the federal level in rolling out FAFSA, this board had to partner with the universities, with the governor's office, with the FAFSA coalition to do excellent work and try and get students engaged in a system that was not working very well. What we found is in those difficult times, we created a very strong partnership. Indeed, it's worth noting that Governor Katie Hobbs dedicated January 2025 as FAFSA month in Arizona to try and bring additional recognition to this. While I'm recognizing partners and people who have worked really hard on this, I need to recognize Regent Zaragoza, who's put in tremendous amount of his time and talent in moving this forward, and has done a great job. And my staff really wanted me to thank him. So if we give him a quick round of applause. Quickly, Arizona has historically been ranked 48th or 49th in FAFSA completions. What we're seeing, though, is coming out of last year's difficulties that we are seeing tremendous growth in Arizona. And this is directly tied to our staff's work. Traditionally, Arizona's missed out on about $300 million in Pell Grants that they are eligible for that they do not take. With the new statewide efforts, raising awareness, partnering with a number of different public and private entities on our high schools, we have seen a turnaround there. To date, we have already seen 30,000 Arizona high schoolers complete the FAFSA, and they're completing the FAFSA at about a rate of 1,800 a week. Now, Arizona is ranked number 2 in the country in FAFSA year-over-year completion. That should be recognized. Part of the reason we are seeing this success is because of key partners like the Arizona Cactus League. Today we have Bridget Binge-Bacher here to speak with us. She is a colleague and a friend of this office, and I'd ask Bridget to come forward now to speak to us a little bit about our partnership. They are valued partners, and indeed they've been one of the most effective organizations we have worked with in improving FAFSA completion. I'll let Bridget talk about that, but first I've been told that we must play this excellent clip. So, and now. There we go.
Talk about a home run for Arizona high school seniors who want cheaper college, free baseball. We got it all this morning. They have a chance to go to a free spring training game of their choice. All you got to do is apply for FAFSA.
Yeah, here's the thing. They don't get to go alone. They can actually bring their friends. You go to any game you want, and you just have to be a little bit responsible for maybe an hour or two. Sure. Okay, it's easy to do. Governor Katie Hobbs making this month FAFSA Action Month. They want more college students to be applying for this financial aid that's available. So 12 News journalist Troy Lynch, he's at Arizona State University this morning with more on the story here. And Troy, the state really wants more people to apply for FAFSA forms. Did you end up filling out those forms when you went to school?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I think like everybody should do it. It doesn't matter what your financial situation is. And the state wants you to do the exact same thing. And also, these Arizona high school seniors, they're losing out on millions of dollars worth of grant funding so they can help get cheaper college. And they want people to come to Arizona State, where we are right now, a fantastic university, because there's so many different opportunities out there. So right now, they're just trying to give these high school seniors a fastball right down the middle so they can get cheaper college and also get some free baseball. And according to the Arizona Board of Regents, just not enough high school seniors in Arizona are swinging. In the last few years, only 45% of Arizona high school seniors have applied for FAFSA, which ranks Arizona as one of the lowest completion rates in the country. Now, ABOR tells me that one of the reasons is that people believe it's complicated to apply. So ABOR is partnering with the Cactus League for the third straight year, saying if you do apply for FAFSA, you get to go to a spring training game of your choice and bring up to 3 people. How cool is that? ABOR also says it's getting things back on track because last year there were lots of technical glitches when applying, which can be incredibly frustrating, but those have been corrected and they hope to see a higher completion rate this year.
Our focus right now is on high school seniors just because so many of those students are missing out on funding to pay for college. Each year they miss out on over $100 million in Pell Grant funding because they're not completing the FAFSA application. So just really trying to stress that this application is available. It's completely free. It takes no more than 30 minutes to complete the application.
With all that's happening in Arizona that we have to be grateful for, we want to build a strong labor force and pipeline to keep people here and really just elevate our state.
Now, Julie with ABOR says what's really been encouraging is that in April of last year, Arizona high school seniors only had an 18% completion rate. But as of January 13th of this year, they're already at 15.3%. And 40% have already created their FAFSA ID. So that is very encouraging, and obviously students are getting a head start, which is exactly what the state wants. Now, the deadline for this academic year to fill out your FAFSA forms is June 30th, so there's still plenty of time. However, the Cactus League, their first spring training game is February 20th. So you're going to want to fill it out pretty early so you can go to one of those free spring training games. And if you need some more help, just go to collegereadyaz.com, and that'll be your first stop to fill out your FAFSA forms. But we're live here in Tempe. Troy Lynch, 12 News, Today in AZ.
And with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Bacher and the Cactus League.
Thank you. Chad, thank you for that introduction and sharing that amazing video. Chair, presidents, regents, members of the board, can you hear me okay? I'm advancing to another slide.
Talk about a home run.
No. There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and just take part in this amazing story. Again, my name is Bridget Bensbacher. I'm the Executive Director of the Cactus League Baseball Association. And I'm going to just quickly touch on some highlights about the FAFSA campaign. The Cactus League Association is actually a nonprofit organization that represents the best interest of the industry, which is made up of our 10 facilities, 8 municipalities, the tribal community, and 15 Major League Baseball teams. 14 come from other markets to Arizona. So it's a tremendous driver of tourism in the state's economy, and we advocate and represent and promote that industry. So we are self-funded through our sponsorships, through our membership dues. I'm really proud of that, but it is a lot to represent that industry. And with that comes responsibility in serving our communities and contributing to to the next generation and improving our state, encouraging education, and opening doors for opportunities, and that's what this partnership has really done. So the Cactus League was beyond honored when we were approached by the board staff to collaborate on this initiative. which is the first statewide campaign to directly incentivize Arizona high school seniors to complete the FAFSA and gain access to vital funding for college. The campaign has successfully engaged students from all over the state, and it represents a diverse range of students attending public, charter, online high schools. It's a wide variety. With all that is great in the state of Arizona, we want to do our part to help build a strong labor force and build a pipeline of success that graduates exceptional students and keeps that talent and their families here in Arizona. That's a common goal that we're all working towards. This initiative is critical for the Cactus League. It showcases our institution's significant investment in our state's students, as well as Arizona's economic success today and in the future. In the first 2 years of this public-private collaboration, we successfully encouraged and incentivized more than 1,500 Arizona high school seniors to secure financial aid for their college education. We're going to smash those numbers. I mean, we're going to hit it out of the ballpark. Pun absolutely intended. We have already given tickets to over 700 students. I think last year, Chad talked about the challenges that we faced. I think we were just shy, right around 500 students. Already to this point, we're at 700 students, which is close to about 3,000 tickets just for this season alone. It's a very creative partnership, and we didn't know how this was going to come together, but when we started talking about it, staff and myself, and now we have some additional staff with the Cactus League too, talking about how we could take this to the next level. Again, in spite of the challenges last year, I think the good news that came out of that was there's only one direction this can go, and we are going to just plow through all of this and make some great things happen. During the months of the campaign period, board staff has communicated that we've seen a significant increase in completion rate and that the total students awarded spring training tickets are eligible for an estimated $4 million in Pell Grant funding. That's phenomenal. And I'll tell you in just a second just why that is so meaningful to me. Last year's federal challenges, coupled with continuous negative headlines, made it harder to promote FAFSA completion. But again, we were determined to plow through that. This year, as shown on this slide, you can see the public sentiment has completely flipped. Statewide efforts are driving positive coverage and greater FAFSA success across the board. So I'm just so thrilled and honored to be here to share this story. And if you can indulge me for just a minute, I just want to share personally, I'm practically a native of Arizona because I've raised 4 children in Arizona. I am a second generation American of Mexican descent, and spoke Spanish before I spoke English. We were not having the conversation at our kitchen table. We were not, that wasn't even an option, and we would never have challenged it because we didn't want to disrespect our parents and our grandparents for doing what they could. So I had the opportunity in 2014 with my brother and sister by my side to watch the first ever of our children's generation, the next generation to graduate from NAU. It was unbelievable. I was crying behind my glasses the entire time. And all I could hear were the words, break the cycle. And I knew in that moment what that meant. And my brother and my sister and I absolutely broke the cycle. And it started with my son that day, 2 nephews since out of the University of Arizona, another son making his way through Northern Arizona University as we speak. And that conversation for their children will be automatic. Higher education and developing skills to take them into the future. This is deeply personal to me, and I just want to say, you know, you hear so much testimony. I wasn't expecting that, And I wish I could solve all of the issues, agree or not. I wish I could solve them all. But at the end of the day, we just have to look ahead at what we can do and our circle of influence. Your staff has been amazing, and I am so honored to have been able to, on behalf of the Cactus League, on behalf of America's favorite pastime, to step into that circle with them in this partnership. And we're going to move mountains. We're going to continue to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bridget. That was really beautifully
My
done.
pleasure.
Chair, now my team is telling me hopefully we have time for a quick board photo with Ms. Binsbacher as ASU prepares for the OFR.
Okay.
So just a couple of minutes.
So are we going to do that now?
Yeah, just a 2-minute break while we get
Okay,
ASU.
let's go then. Thank you.
Get it done.
Yeah, let's get it down. Next, the board asks to approve the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda include items from 5 to 15. Does anyone have any conflict to declare on items 5 to 15 scheduled for consent? Seeing none, I move that the board approve items 5 to 15 listed on the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The motion carries. And now we have President Crow and his team will provide the report on Arizona State University Public Enterprise and Arizona State University Operational and Financial Review. President Crow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Regent Mata, and if we can get is the volume okay? So thank you. We have taken input from the board relative to how this can be the most effective presentation, and so we've broken it up into 3 pieces, 3 parts. The first part, an hour or less, will focus on the why we're doing what we're doing, why we're structured the way we're structured, why we're advancing on the targets that we're advancing on. The second will focus on the what and how that's going and how we're doing, not just financially, but organizationally. And then lastly, we'll spend time talking about the complexities and the issues associated with how we continue to move forward and make progress and so forth and so on. And so there are a lot of slides. I won't be spending time focused on the slides per se, other than what does the slide mean. It's sort of for the record. And so the record is not this discussion. The record is the book that we put together. The slides are representative of that, and I'm not going to be talking about the slides or going through the slides unless regents have specific things that they'd like to know about that point. I do want to go back to the reason that the OFR was structured. Ann Mariucci was appointed to the Board of Regents in 2008 and served through 2014. And in her tenure, she became adamant that the regents were insufficiently informed about the actual guts of the institutions, how they worked, how they were financed, how they were doing, how they were progressing. And so she evolved in her service the model for the OFR, the Operational and Financial Review. And we have taken this operational and financial review perhaps to an extreme at ASU. It's a very important annual document in which we communicate to tens of thousands of people about how we're doing. We for the record, lay out to the regents and to the public, here's how we're doing, here's where we're going, here's why we're doing this, why we're doing that. And then also we make it's an operational and financial review. We make a financial presentation on the financial health and well-being, the financial risks of the institution, the financial model of the institution, all of those things. And so, as you know from our students and colleagues who were commenting today, many of whom were from ASU, this is a large, robust, unbelievably complex institution. We have 41,000 employees that receive a check from us. We offer over 800 degree programs. We offer over 20,000 courses. We have 6,000 faculty members. We have tens of thousands of people involved in more than 10,000 individual research projects, every single one of which is a separate contract with the funding entity or the funding agency. We have 400,000 donors. We have 1 million people that have attended the institution and are still alive. This is a very complicated institution, and we're involved in every aspect of everything that one can imagine, from the development of philosophical theory to the development of new forms of music, to the expression of new forms of art, to the expression of new forms of understanding of social complexity and social
No, I have the
evolution,
public meeting I have
all
to
these
read.
things. And so welcome to ASU, and let me just walk you through this first part. So I talked with our university council, and I have many of our deans are here, so if you're a dean or a senior administrator at ASU, raise your hand. So we can answer any question that you have. All the senior officers of the institution are here, including Provost Gonzalez and Christine Wilkinson, who are over there. But a few weeks ago, we had a session called 2025 Forward. Here we are, 2025. We're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. Who would have thought? And where are we going as an institution? And so I just want to give some background. And I will spend, these are not the report slides. These are the where we are, what we're doing. So I will spend a little bit more time on these. We think there's unbelievable disruption, and with that disruption, unbelievable opportunities. Technology is raging ahead. Massive progress comes with immense complexity and significant disparities, all kinds of complexity out there that we think that we can work towards. We've got unbelievable challenges in the complexity of the world, all good. Arizona, this is really, really important, is emerging as a critical national center for innovation. ASU is one of those innovations. Many of the things going on here, the way the state is run, the way that it's organized, the way that it's structured, the ways it makes decisions, the way the cities are operated, it's unbelievable what's coming from the 48th state, the kinds of things that we're now able to do. And then universities must demonstrate the return on investment for the privileges they receive. Well, right in the middle of that right now, that's the debate in Washington. We have all these privileges. What are you giving me? What are you doing? What's your return on the public's investment? The public invests immensely in these institutions. What do these schools have in common other than they were 6 of the 8 finalists in the football championship? This goes to this notion of, why do we do sports and why do we work on certain things? So these were the 6 of the 8 teams. All of them are members of the AAU. 5 of them are very large-scale public research universities, particularly Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. Very large-scale public research universities. ASU, which wasn't one of these 25 years ago, is one of these now. Competing in every way, competing in sports, competing in academics, competing in research, competing for national initiatives, competing to be a home for national initiatives. And to the public also, if you look at the championship team, Ohio State, so it's an unbelievable institution. It's an unbelievably competitive amalgamation of faculty, staff, and students doing unbelievable things. So are we. So we have matured in a modern sense and in a modern way to be competitive with anyone in anything, period, including all of these things. What happens to a lot of universities, though, along the way is that as they mature, these high-performing institutions, and I came from one in the Ivy League, they take on some limiting characteristics, which you all as a board have been deliberate and responsive in helping us to not fall into this hole. Now, because we're a newer research university, because we're brand new in that sense, we weren't conditioned the same way, but they become rigid, simple, and bureaucratic. I can talk about any of these if you'd like to talk about them. They become slow. They do not work. Universities typically don't work in real time. They don't work at the clock speed of the actual economy. They don't work at the clock speed of the actual social transformation. They don't work at the clock speed of decision-making, which helps the economy to be more effectively advanced. They become they become legalized. Everything's a rule, a procedure, a guide, Provost Gonzalez and I were talking the other day about individual units within the university coming up with their own bylaws to review certain kinds of things without anybody even being aware of this. They become internally focused, self-focused, measuring themselves only against other universities, not measuring themselves against the social and economic and cultural goals of the country. That's self-focus, that's self-absorption. They become self-centered and egotistical and elitist. It is still the case that the most revered universities in the United States are the universities which admit the fewest percentage of students that apply. In a democracy, a few universities doing that, that's fine. If all the universities did that, the democracy would fail, unequivocally fail. And they become frozen in cultural relativism, unable to discern the difference between hate speech and free speech. And we heard a number of comments about that. Happy to talk to, and we will talk with a lot of those individuals. So we're trying to avoid all of this. Here's what's happened to us. 190,000 degree-seeking students from around Arizona, the U.S., and the world, 430,000 or so other learners, millions of people connected to us, $1 billion of research activity. We've got our faculty and staff developing tools and concepts and theories and mechanisms. We've got everything that's happening. We have the first Global Futures Laboratory in history. We've got this health enterprise. Shireen Gabriel is here, the leader that we have brought in from her presidency of Rush University in Chicago to help us to build a whole new way to think about the future of health. And we're building a digital technology hub for Arizona. We're a part of all of that going on in semiconductors and so forth and so on. So there's not one thing on this list that was even possible 15 years ago. So your university, ASU, does have the capabilities to advance in real time, advance against complexity, advance against resource scarcity, advance against all these things. So our charter, which was talked about earlier by some of the presenters, but stands as an unbelievably powerful portrayal of what a public university can do. Measure success based on who you include and how they succeed. Do research that's measured for its public value, your return to the society that you're a part of, and take responsibility for outcomes. So thus our ASU Health Initiative, for instance, is not going to measure itself just by the number of doctors that we produce or the number of nurses that we produce. It's going to measure itself, did you improve things in Arizona or not, and show me the evidence that you did or not. So we have these design aspirations. You've seen these many times before, but I want to highlight the 9th one on the bottom right, and I'll come to that in just a second. So if the charter is why we exist, our self-aspirational objective, these are the things we're trying to be. Now, here is what is the case, and I take nothing away from our two sister institutions, but the last thing you want Arizona State University to do is to be just another version of the U of A or NAU, or another version of the University of California, or another version of the University of Texas. The last thing you want. What university do we need for Arizona in addition to the universities we have, and what are the things that will make us capable of being the most impactful and beneficial to the democracy that we serve? And so we outlined 8 of these when I was appointed, made these as proposals. Just take one, the upper right, fuse intellectual discipline. So at ASU, unlike most other universities, and even my president colleagues will cringe when I give this number, we have eliminated 85 academic units, departments, schools, and colleges. Eliminated them and built new ones, new ideas, different ways of doing things, because the last thing we wanted to do was to be just, the newest version of Ohio State. The world doesn't need another Ohio State. It already has Ohio State. It needs Arizona State. It needs a different kind of public university. Not one better than the other, different. One of the problems that we have in the United States is that the universities all became virtually the same thing. Just clonal replicants of each other. And so these design aspirations value entrepreneurship. So one of the reasons that it doesn't mean that other universities don't value entrepreneurship, but we've made this a design aspiration. We will be as entrepreneurial as we possibly can be. We will work with capitalists. We will work with companies. We will work to help build a semiconductor industry here in Greater Phoenix and Arizona. We will help students to generate companies and spin out companies. We will generate companies and spin out companies ourselves. We will teach innovation. That's one of our design aspirations. It's all different. You do it in different ways. We added a 9th design aspiration just a while ago, a couple of years ago. Practice principled innovation. Now, what that says is ASU places character and values at the center of decisions and actions. And at many universities, even that sentence would have led to calls for the regents to fire me. We're not going to do that. Whose values? What character? What actions? The university is nothing but a function of the faculty in the argument that they would make. It's actually much more than the faculty. It's an institution of the republic in which the faculty serve the republic to advance the interests of the republic. If you don't want to work at a public university that has such a goal or set of objectives, then you should work at an institution which doesn't serve the republic. A private institution, a parochial institution. We're a people's institution. So I'm going to give you some examples then of where we're going relative to practice principled innovation. On the left, I have taken some liberties, I have to admit, with some trepidation, but I have added to the unalienable rights that were granted to us by the Declaration of Independence on the founding of this republic 249 years ago, or at least the Declaration. Life, liberty, your freedom of movement, pursuit of happiness and property were all guaranteed, but I added one, learning. Everyone has an unalienable right, is that you're granted a right in the Declaration of Independence by God or higher authority than the republic itself, according to the words as written. Learning should be one of those. And as we then evolved our concept of democracy, we made it one of those. We made learning an unalienable right. We have not found a way to perfect that. We made learning scarce. We made it limited. We made it hard to attain. And so as we pursue our concept of principled innovation, we are working to advance unalienable rights, including liberty, including the pursuit of happiness for every family, for others, in the middle. Protect the liberties of the present and the future. So you heard some freedom of speech issues from some folks that were talking about people that shouldn't have spoken on campus or shouldn't be allowed on campus or this or this or this. And believe me, we take all of this unbelievably seriously. And some things are very close calls about what is free speech and what is hate speech. Very close calls. But in that, then, we will work to further evolve democracy to higher levels of liberty and expression by setting an example by which those liberties and those expressions can occur within this institutional context with respect. And will advance society without reducing the liberty through the diminishment of the earth. And I want to explain that one. So when I've spoken to libertarian groups in the past, and I'm going to look at our deans over here and others, they're going to be shocked when you hear me say that I am a libertarian. Definitively so. So what does that mean? Well, I'm not the same as a single generation libertarian who's interested only in their liberty, their rights. I'm a libertarian interested in the rights of the people that follow me. My grandchildren are alive. I can imagine their children, so let's just imagine my great-grandchildren. Anything that I do or participate in that reduces their liberty, their option to be those things that we talked about, a free and enabled person, is a reduction in their liberty. So if we destroy, for instance, where they live, there's no water to drink, there's no air to breathe, there's no resources to rely on, there's no trees, there's no this, there's no that. We've reduced their liberty. And so we focus on that. And then finally, why do we do science? Evolve science, truth, and democracy together. There's a really powerful, I'm trying to give you a sense of what it means behind one of these design aspirations. There is no such thing as an ideal science that gives us the right to soar above the concerns of society. Now, this is one of the main complaints that the masses of the United States have about universities. What are you doing? What are you working on? How are you helping me? How are you helping my family? Now, there's a lot of times where we're helping the family or we're helping the country or we're making something happen, but we're doing a really poor job of communicating it. And so the notion of practicing principled innovation is to stay grounded in protecting unalienable rights, including the right to learn, protecting the liberties of the present and the liberties of the future, and evolving science so that it benefits the people that we're doing the science for. So, in 2025, we're a university of action. So we're evolving as a national service university for the people. We're partnering to advance all communities. We're preparing and protecting for the future. We're leading in the advancement of knowledge and innovation, and we're advancing America and its democracy. So how are we doing that? Most importantly, the regents have permitted us from day one, from my inaugural speech and its proposal. The proposal was, can we build a new American university at Arizona State University as a new way of advancing a public institution out of Arizona? Well, yes, we've demonstrated that you can do that. We've demonstrated that you can build a university that is massively accessible, available to families that don't typically have access, available to people that have not completed at the institution and have access. And that same institution, through the creativity of our deans and our staff and everyone else, can be unbelievably creative from a research perspective all at the same time, something that was considered to be impossible in the past. And then to do that, we're doing these other things. We're trying to cultivate and honor creativity, community, and human potential. We're creating knowledge and innovations to improve the future. We're enhancing the health outcomes of all Arizonans, and we're designing and building the first organization focused on global futures and planetary health. And that's not that last one. I'm going to spend more time on that. That's not environmental wackoism or mumbo jumbo. That's how do we build an economy built around the notion of being responsibly engaged with the conditions of the planet in which we're operating. So I'll just give you an example. So of all the companies that we've spun out, $500 million have been invested in the companies that we spun out that are in the area of sustainability. And almost all those companies are in Arizona. So this is a change going forward that we're moving towards for the regents, and that is that we have decided that the university will be both something focused on what we call the academic enterprise, which is the granting of degrees and formal academic certificates, and the learning enterprise together, drawing from the assets, the know-how, and the capability of all the schools and all the colleges. So this is an organizational adjustment, a design adjustment, and a reworking of the concept of the university itself. Our knowledge enterprise, and we have all the leaders for all of these initiatives and programs here. Our knowledge enterprise is that part of what we're doing conceptually in which we are doing everything that we can conceivably do to add to the fundamental understanding that we have about nature, the fundamental understanding that we have about ourselves, the fundamental ways in which we express all of these things. We're doing all of that, but then we're also building, just to give you some sense, new kinds of projects, new kinds of initiatives, new kinds of things, including what we call Tier 4 projects, which are these massive undertakings that you're hearing a lot about just recently. We have numerous initiatives, including Sun Devil Athletics with the new ways that we've organized things, our performing groups, our cultural affairs activities, our innovation and entrepreneurship efforts, our social embeddedness efforts, which are out in the community, building connections to the institution, building beliefs in competitiveness, building beliefs in all things that sports represents, and so forth and so on. ASU Health, I'm not going to spend any time on this other than to suggest it's not a medical school, it's not a technology for public health school by itself. It is an initiative to take the entirety of the university and use it in a way where we enhance health outcomes for all Arizonans. This one I kept busy on purpose. It's not readable on purpose. I'm just trying to let you know how much is going on in the Global Futures Laboratory, because somebody will say, when did that get going? Well, we began this process in 2004 with the forming of the what was then the Sustainability Institute and the Sustainability School. So we're 20 years into this with 40 research centers and more than $200 million of research funding, projects, initiatives, all kinds of things. So what I wanted to do at this part, before we get into how we're doing financially, how we're doing structurally, how we're doing organizationally, and we have quite a few minutes here right now, is I want to get on the table and see, not so much from an operational perspective, but concerns or questions about this, which is the why. Why are we doing what we're doing? I've got folks here for the Regents, so all the deans, raise your hand again. Lots of them. And then I've got the senior officers here that are leading these initiatives. This is the university's executive committee. And so before we get into operations, let's just talk about what ASU is, why it exists, and what we're trying to become. So I'll stop there and open up this part of the discussion before the lunch on this level of interaction.
First, I would like to thank you for this opening, and you have brought all the deans and your executive committee here to be able to back up on things that you're doing and for the board. And
you can't see the spitballs that they're shooting at the back of my head. I can't believe he said that.
Yeah, so this is an amazing university, regardless of what we hear sometimes in the public. And I want to say that because what I hear from people outside of Phoenix, you have students that come from all over the state, and the students, how they feel, especially the new incoming, the first generation that are coming here, that they are so proud of being part of ASU. I took my hat as a regent now because I know that I have an U of A and I have an AU here. But I want to share that because you don't hear that from other people. And taking my hat as a regent, I hear this many, many, many times. And they want to email you, but I say, he's going to be inundated with email. But I want to say thank you for all you do for this university, for the culture that has been created by President Crow to make an amazing, change of what we're challenging by the world and the changes that are coming to us on a daily basis. So that's my comment to all of you as a chair of the board. Thank you. Any other regents wants to have any comment? Regent Penley?
Thank you very much, Chair Mata. President Crow, you mentioned many things that I think are important to all of us today, and they're very timely in light of many things that are going on. The Global Futures Academy and the importance of educating our students in that area and giving them global opportunity so that they understand what's going on around the world with different cultures. So I appreciate you raising that with your long list of items under Global Futures, which you were right, we couldn't read, at least not from my side of the table. But you also raised an issue which many of the students talked about and is a sensitive one in our country, and that is the challenge of differentiating between free speech and hate speech. And many of us have long endorsed the importance of free speech. One of the reasons we've really endorsed the debate that we have every year, the Regents' Cup, is about celebrating free speech. And I know how challenging that is in a pragmatic way. But if you could speak to that, because I do laud you for the efforts that you've made to allow free speech on this campus, both from the left and the right, and to try to decide what's right about that or wrong about that, but to allow those, with whatever perspective they have, to hear those individuals.
Well, I'll comment a little bit, and I might call on some of my colleagues to comment also. So first and foremost, and this is important for the Regents to keep in mind as all of these come up, all these things come up, and as people speak at the call to the audience and so forth, and that is we're a university, not a park. It's very important. We're not a public park. This is a functioning, working university on which we're not a place where you can just decide that you're going to take over the university, even though you're not a part of the university, and thwart the university's activities or interrupt students and their work. I mean, we're an institution. We operate. We're not like a K-12 school where there's a boundary and a fence around the school and then an entry point. We have this large campus with many, many things, but we're a school in that sense. And so as a school, we ask everyone that's a part of the university community to recognize that in the expression of their speech or the expression of people's speech that they might want to invite to the university, be they a faculty member or a student group or whatever, they will operate within the rules and conditions of the institution, which is free speech is not the same as hate speech. And so those are sometimes easy to discern, sometimes more difficult to discern. But nonetheless, what we have tried to do, and I could have commented on all of the commenters' individual points, but with perhaps some facts that they might not have been aware of, or at least a clarification that might have been beneficial to the discussion. We have found ourselves in a situation where the universities, and this university is included, is being used as a platform by other people that have nothing to do with the university, all under the quote-unquote flag of free speech. So the group that was mentioned earlier, what are they? College Republicans United, so Dr. Joanne Vogel, who's our Student Affairs Vice President. So that group has four registered members. 4. That group then held an event on campus where they then called for this or called for that. And those 4 students, to be a student group, you have to be made up of students. To be a student group, you're supposed to have a faculty advisor. They don't have a faculty advisor because no member of the faculty will be their advisor. But we decided that we would continue to allow those 4 students to try to mature and work out their things within the rules and the confines of the university space. So we provided an advisor to them. And so, we're going to extraordinary lengths to help this group of students to express their speech, but it ends up then being something bigger than these students. And I'm not going to go too much in delving into that one, but so what's happened here is, so for instance, in the case of the encampment that we had last spring and the issues that we had around that, of the 72 people that were arrested, 52 of those people were not students. 20 were students. And so again, the university is not a park. It is a university. We have to operate as a university. And so we want to protect free speech of our students in every way. We want to protect the free speech of our faculty in every way. And we do, in every way. We cannot, however, allow the operations of the university to be disrupted by people that aren't even a part of the university. They're not a part of the university community. And so if they become disruptive or if they violate the mechanisms for gatherings or demonstrations, then we say, well, you can't have your demonstration. You can't have an encampment. You can't create a situation in which we think there's a public safety issue, which we also have to worry about. So we go to great lengths. I'm going to ask Dr. Vogel, do you want to say anything about, in student affairs, working with student groups and planning events and so forth and so on, all the things that we go through?
Yep. So in planning and working closely with student organizations, we have something called the situation engagement team. So as we are, as student organizations or even faculty and staff who are inviting any speaker into our environment, we will get a group of individuals, that's student affairs professionals, the police department, also members of even our general counsel, is to look at legalities related to what type of speech or what's covered, is our environment prepared, and that engagement team will monitor the event while it's in progress. We look for anything that's a violation of a university policy or the student code of conduct. And as President Crow mentioned, if there are individuals who are on campus who are disrupting the learning environment or the free expression rights, I focus mostly on students, but also our faculty and staff, those individuals may then be trespassed or uninvited if they have disrupted an event.
So the university then, to Regent Penley, the university becomes It's like a place where people want to exercise their belief that their right is to disrupt the university. So we had a former elected official in this county who decided that it would be nice to invite a number of motorcycle clubs to protect the event on campus and express certain kinds of things in ways in which were completely contrary to our operating the institution. And if we say, well, you know, we're not going to allow that, then we're somehow blocking someone's free speech. No, our first duty is the successful operation of the institution for the students, staff, and faculty. A second duty is their safety. And then we have the protection of free speech within those two conditions. And so that's what we work towards. So I'm going to turn to Lisa Liu, who's the university's general counsel right here, and just say, we have many, many issues. We look at many issues. We work to protect free speech. The way that we deal with, I'll just give your comments about this. So.
Yes, you know, we do follow the board's policy that the lands and places for the universities are dedicated to the sovereign function of higher education. So as President Crow says, we are not a park. We are here dedicated to providing higher education. We look at the policies and rules we have in place for people to express, to engage in expressive activities, work very closely with Dr. Vogel's group to make sure those rights are protected and to ensure the safety of our students and the continued operations of the university.
So we're also not a place where just anybody can show up to do anything they want, to disrupt anything that they want. So student groups, faculty members, staff, and others, that's who we're here to serve, and so it is their expression. If you want to come to an ASU football game and disrupt the football game so it can't be played because you're interested in portraying your views about some political issue in the United States, well, sorry, you know, that's not where that expression is going to be permitted. And so you know, it's a complicated thing. We've had a number of lawsuits through the years on matters related to free speech, groups that wanted to preclude other religious groups, groups that wanted to make certain that they could come on campus and do anything that they wanted. And as far as I know, we won all of those lawsuits.
Yes.
And so, yeah, so we've then backed up our decisions by getting the court to, when we're sued, to interpret whether or not we were right or wrong. And the court interpreted, I'm looking at our law school dean back there, the court has interpreted that we were right. I mean, that's the way the system works. So, thank you, Regent Penley.
Regent Brister.
Thank you, Chair Mott. Dr. Crow, I guess as this new American university is being built, it is not built. It is constantly evolving.
I hope so.
Comparing and contrasting how it is received, call it domestically, by other universities here in the United States versus globally by other countries and their universities, what have you seen between the two entities relative to their buy-in or adjust of their model?
You know, and maybe President Garamella and President Cruz Rivera, who both just came here recently from other universities, could comment also. But, you know, we're sort of viewed, I think, as, you know, interesting kind of new model. It's got some elements in it that are kind of interesting. A lot of institutions that are older or more locked in a certain modality, it's not necessarily for them because everybody works in different kinds of ways. We do have 19 universities that are a part of the University Innovation Alliance. Ohio, Michigan State, Purdue, Virginia Commonwealth, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, UC Riverside, Oregon State, Iowa State, schools like that, Central Florida. There we're innovating together, working together, and there's a number of the elements of that model that are a part of that. It varies for each school. I would say that, you know, we're perceived to be a newer kind of model of a public university, and people wish us well and hope that we succeed, but probably don't know that we will or won't. So that's kind of that consensus. I don't know if Suresh or Jose Luis.
Jose Luis, yeah. And then
I'll be happy to weigh in. I think that, as Michael was saying earlier, the state of Arizona needs ASU to be what the state of Arizona needs it to be, right? So in the same way, universities across the country, in my experience, leaders of those universities see ASU as a model, not necessarily to change their ways to emulate it, but definitely to adapt different elements of the ward to their local needs and the culture of their universities. And so just to make the point, Michael went very quickly over a slide that says ASU is evolving the new American university, academic enterprise, learning enterprise, and I didn't see the knowledge enterprise, right? And so many people would likely be asking, what happened to the knowledge enterprise?
Next slide.
Right? ASU colleges and schools. So I know that not too long from now, people will be anxious to understand exactly what the thinking behind that was. Again, not necessarily because we will adopt this model, but because the thinking behind it really drives innovation.
I wasn't taking notes like Jose Luis, but fascinating, Michael. So of course, you're a very different university than you were 35 years ago or so when I was at Berkeley. And, you know, I think a lot of people applaud you for almost single-handedly converting the university to this new thing. I think there are many, many models of universities, and it's good that you're trying something different. I think there's place for lots of different kinds of universities.
Right.
And to your point, Regent Brewster, obviously Michael's, you know, widely invited to lots of forums and overseas. I saw you were in India recently. And
yes.
So I think there's a lot of curiosity around this. I don't think every school will become like ASU and should not,
Right.
either here or overseas. But because higher ed has been so hidebound for so long, there's a lot of curiosity about new models. And you've certainly shown an amazing new model, and we all applaud you for that.
Yeah, so academia, I appreciate those comments. So academia is different than the private sector. So the original university in the United States is Harvard College, founded by John Harvard with his book collection in the village of Cambridge when it had 50 people. So in all of what is now the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, at the time that Harvard College was founded, lived just a few hundred, low thousands of interlopers from Europe that were immigrating to a population of indigenous peoples that had been there forever. And so it was a tiny, tiny, tiny little thing. That school, Harvard College, at the heart of Harvard University, still exists in the exact same spot with a charter written in 1650. And in 2650, that institution in all likelihood will still be there in that exact same spot. And that institution has evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved. And President Eliot, Charles Eliot, who was the president of Harvard from 1869 to 1909, created a number of things that altered higher education in the United States forever. And so the weird thing about universities and colleges versus businesses is that all the original, what I call in the things I've written, Wave 1 colleges, except those that have become universities, they're all still the same. They're doing the same thing, they're built the same way, they're organized the same way. And so what we've basically said to President Garamella's point is that we're representative of a new type of a model, not a replacement model, but an augmentation model. So as the country has continued to evolve, we're a prototype for what we call Wave 5, very large-scale, research-intensive institutions that are different than, let's say, a smaller-scale, only A students coming into a very intensive research university, or to a traditional land-grant university like, let's say, South Dakota State or Idaho State or Utah State, a smaller agriculturally focused, engineering focused school, unlike the University of Arizona, which leapfrogged from a land-grant university to a full-scale research university, 100 years ago. And so we represent this new kind of model. And to the point, all these models will exist at the same time, and they will evolve in two directions. So I used to be on the board of Bowdoin College, which was founded in 1792 when Brunswick, Maine was called Brunswick, Massachusetts, because Maine was still a part of Massachusetts at that time. And so that college still exists. It'll exist forever, probably in its form, and it doesn't need to change and doesn't want to change. It is what it is, performing that important thing. But the country has been less served by the 4 waves of university types and college types that have evolved than are needed. So yes, sure enough, a new type will emerge, and at some point, I suspect a wave 6 will occur, and that will probably be unbelievably AI-driven and agentic learning-driven and other kinds of models and other ways of doing things, and there may be even other models after that. So we're emergent from Arizona, which has a fantastic Wave 4 school, the University of Arizona, one of the elite research universities, a newly minted Research 1 R1 school, which is really a Wave 2 school, which is a public university that's not purely driven by research. And even now, even as R1, it will still be basically a Wave 2 school serving the people. Those aren't going to change. We're this model because Arizona didn't need another University of Arizona, didn't need another NAU. It needed something different. The regents that hired me, that's what they wanted, and that's what they got. So,
and Regent Brewster,
now they're dead now, but
to your point, I just want to make one other statement, and that is there are a lot of countries in the world that are leapfrogging to wave whatever it is. I don't know how to count the waves, but there's very good models overseas that are doing very different things.
Yeah.
And I think we should be humble enough to learn from what's happening overseas because they can actually leapfrog some of the challenges we've had. American higher education is plagued with very high costs. This is not a scalable model anywhere in the world. And so as I travel overseas, I'm deeply impressed with countries that can educate 500,000 people in one university at $5,000 a student. So I think there's a lot we need to learn.
well, because the faculty make 1/10 of what our faculty make here also, but
Well, I mean, these are different countries, so
Yes.
I think it's not a one-to-one comparison. I do think there's some humility needed on all our parts to learn from other universities in other countries.
So to answer the second part of your question, so internationally, so we've had over 250 universities that we work with in some way, in one way or another, in our University Design Institute. Many of them are international. We have a company that we formed called Centana that you know of that is building these relationships with international universities. We have about 25 of those in place. 5 of them are in the country that I just visited, India, and that will be grown to 10. And in those places, those universities look upon our technological capability, our advanced online learning capability, with unbelievable interest. Because to President Garamella's point, their cost basis is different. Our partner, Galala University in Egypt, which is a Centana partner powered by ASU, they're in the middle of an economic and social thing going on in Egypt, which is unbelievably complicated, and they don't have much in terms of resources. So how can we help them? But then we have to find a way to help them where then we also benefit from working with them, learning with them, attracting some of their students to ASU. I'm going to ask Provost Gonzalez, who's visited Galala University, as have I, but on a different time. And just so what did you see at Galala? What do they think about us, and what are we trying to do?
So it was amazing to see them kind of birthing an entire new university with very high aspirations from nothing to start with, out in the middle of a region where nobody was yet living there. What I saw and was really impressed by was the kind of ambitions and passion of the government officials and the faculty and the students all engaged in this, great effort to really advance their country and advance the youth of their country. And they were very much interested in what we've been doing at ASU and wanting to partner. Just tremendous amount of goodwill and very optimism for the future.
So in those countries, Regent Brewster, we're only going to those countries in which the U.S. is working to build some sort of future relationship. Egypt is very high on that list for a lot of reasons. They've got all kinds of things they're trying to do. And so they're building a new city called New Cairo. They've launched 6 new universities in this space. Old Cairo has its issues and its problems, and they don't believe that their present university configuration is enough. So they turn to this new model of a university in the U.S. and they say, can you work with us? So I'm going to ask Jim, where's Jim? No, I was going to ask Jim Runn, but I really want to talk to Phil.
Can't help you there.
So Phil Regier is the CEO of Ed Plus at ASU, which is our multi-100-person learning technology advanced online operations. And so, Phil, just mention what we're doing with UT Knoxville, University of Tennessee at Knoxville, as a partnership, and then also how we're supporting the Santana universities.
Of course.
Like, what's the package?
Okay. So first off, UT Knoxville, very much similar in situation to many other universities in the country. It's an R1 university located in a state that has roughly 1 million people who have some university education but no degree, and they were far behind in terms of expanding what they can do for that population of students with online teaching and learning. And so we developed a partnership with them, which is in full swing at this point. And a lot of it is just knowledge transfer of what we've learned in ASU online best practices, the structure that has to exist within a university in order to make online teaching and learning effective to UT Knoxville. And we'll immediately go out to UT Knoxville, and they'll be able to use the degrees that we've already developed while they are developing their own to enroll some of their students in some
developing
of our
their
programs.
own with us.
Yeah, exactly, developing their own.
Now, do we do
with
this
us.
out of munificence?
We do this out of social good.
And but do we give it away?
No, not at all. They're paying us a considerable amount, but they're paying us much less than they would have paid in OPM. I'll say that, and they're going to have much better outcomes as a result.
And then the Santana University.
The Santana thing, real fast. So with Santana, we actually created a digital content repository where we have placed about 60 of all of the classes that constitute a particular major. So for example, you might have an undergraduate biology degree. Well, what does that look like at ASU? You can actually download the courses, you can download the class listing, you can download what the courses, basically the entire online course is available to those universities. And again, the idea is we want to accelerate their development of high quality education using tools and digital technologies that we've already developed.
So we get two things out of that, three. We get, to President Garamella's point, interaction on the ground with universities around the world in which they want to achieve the same kinds of things and share the same kinds of ideals that we do. So we learn from them, they learn from us. We get compensation for the assets that we make available to help their students to be successful. And then we will attract many of their students here as students to come and finish their degree programs or get their master's degrees at ASU, to the point that we'll talk later about our financial complexities. And I'll be blunt, I'll use a very simple concept without revealing all of our strategy: hedging all of our bets, spreading our risk, making certain that we have ways in which we're dealing with lots of sources of potential students coming in. I'm going to ask Jim O'Brien, the Senior Vice President of the University and for External Affairs for University Affairs and for University Chief of Staff. So what are we making certain of in the Santana agreement to this point about how it benefits ASU, particularly financially?
Well, the Santana arrangement is one where we're attempting to better organize the university's efforts with a primary partner, globally and internationally. So one of the challenges is, on a global basis, chasing lots of people around in lots of places. So Santana offers us then a place of engagement for the world. Second, it offers us a workforce we wouldn't have otherwise, a level of expertise. So it's hard to engage in India or Saudi Arabia or the Philippines from here on a regular and steady and consistent basis.
That we know by trying to do some of these things on our own.
Without boots on the ground, without people who know the culture, without people who are engaged, these relationships can be kind of ephemeral. They come and go. So it provides us a place of contact, it provides us a skilled workforce, and it provides us a defined business model for engaging globally. That's the other thing I think that often eludes universities, is to have a business model behind the global engagement. And if there isn't a business model behind it, it's not sustainable.
Financially.
So, financially, but just on a continuing basis, just doing things is difficult. So the sustainable business model is an important part of the Santana relationship.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question. So these global partnerships between public universities and private universities, how do you manage that? Because, you know, in these countries, public universities are different from the private, or so it's a differentiation that
So
you have?
I'll use the trip to India. So who was on the trip to India? Jim was, and back Kent Hopkins was on the trip, and Kyle School. We were happy for you to come on the trip to India, but yes. So I might call on some others just relative to India. So we go to India, and so we have 5 private university partners in which there's an international college being built at each of these 5 private university institutions. We don't intend on only building 5 of these. The international colleges will be powered by ASU. The students will benefit from the ASU content. They'll benefit by the connection to an American institution, and many of those students will ultimately then come to ASU as students here to finish their degree, get a second degree, or get a master's degree. Now, we met while there with the Minister of Education for the country of India, the largest democracy on the planet, 1.4 billion people. And we spent about an hour with him in his office in Delhi, and he gave us a number of unbelievably important bits and pieces of input. One, I need to make sure you guys are also working with some public universities here. So we will do that. We had already intended that, and we will accelerate that, number one. Number two, I want you to build a university here. We're not going to do that, but we may be able to build some things there using technology as a force projection. Now remember, back to our argument, Arizona has created 3 different types of universities. One of them, ours, is unbelievably technologically capable of projecting itself. You know, its core faculty, projecting its core faculty. So could we find a way to get something going in India where we would have, you know, teaching and learning activities going on there in ways in which we would generate more revenue? I'm going to ask Kyle Squires, the Dean of Engineering. Kyle, if you could come up. So Kyle is the Senior Vice Provost of the University and Dean of the largest engineering school in the United States. So you were in the meeting with the Secretary, you were in other meetings, and so Kyle, what does this mean for the Fulton Schools of Engineering other than more notes that you get from me?
Definitely means more notes. Well, basically, we have a lot of students from India in our programs in engineering, computer science, and good to be on the ground.
So just to be clear, so we have the largest number of Indian students attending an American university, about 7,000 right now, and you heard from a couple of them today, I suspect, based on what 2 of them said.
So, you know, good to be on the ground, meet students, meet parents. We met prospective students. Students have been admitted to ASU, coming not only into our college, but into others. But also, to President Crow's point, a lot of the companies that we now partner with here in Phoenix, they are there. They're in Bangalore.
They're in both.
Delhi. Yeah, they're in both places. So what does that mean from the perspective of global research growth and the way that, again and again, we continue to engage students and do that in, an extremely important country.
And so, Jim, what else did you hear from the Minister of Education?
Well, the Minister of Education was, I think, much more open to new forms of engagement than perhaps we thought the India might be. And I think what he was conveying is that there's a desire for more access, there's a need for more institutions, and a willingness on the part of the government of India to experiment and to try some of the things that we've done with technology and to allow those to have a greater opportunity for deployment in India than perhaps we suspected. So I thought the message was very optimistic and very open and very welcoming in the sense that looking for university partners from the United States and elsewhere who are willing to come and help India meet that tremendous demand for education.
So, to be clear, and taking some exception to one of the comments that was made about the university somehow being a business, we're not a business. Businesses have one purpose: make a profit. We have no profit motive, no profit seeking. We're no profit seekers. We must, however, have revenue for the institution to be successful from wherever we can get revenue from the things that we do, so that we can find a way to actually spend the Kent Hopkins, Vice President for Enrollment Management, what's our spend for undergraduate students in terms of financial aid? We need $500 million a year above our operating expenses to help undergraduate students to be able to attend the institution. $500 million a year. That's more than the state appropriation. And so I want Regents to understand, to Regent Brewster's question, we're not just trying to do this just because we think it's cool. It is, and it's important. It is, but we're also just trying to secure like if it was a business, you'd be looking for these connections. But we're not a business, but we're looking for the connections to acquire through the use of our products, our knowledge products, our learning products, our technology products, our learning assets, the resources that we need to finance this institution to achieve our objectives. Now, it's a kind of a dual positive thing. People are benefiting from what we have to offer, learning outcomes, research outcomes, and we're generating revenue from that. That's then enabling more people to be educated here in Arizona in the way that we want to do it here. So I see them as, unlike a couple of the comments made by the speakers, it's for the benefit of how we're attempting to finance and run the institution.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes before we break and for lunch, and then we can continue.
We have 2 other sections, I'm sorry to tell you. So any other comments on this particular part, particularly this is really the idea of the university, what we're trying to do, where we are. So I appreciate the question about how are people reacting to this model? What are they thinking about the model? So we have American university partners, we have international university partners. I'll give you, maybe this will be my last thing about the partnership. So a few weeks ago, I was called by a 4-star Army general named Randy George, I'm sorry. So General George is the commanding general of the United States Army. He's called the Army Chief of Staff. So he lives in a house on Fort Myer, and he says, can you come by and see me? I'd like to have dinner with you and a couple of my people. So sure. So here was the dilemma in the 3 hours that we spent together talking in his home. It was like a couple days before I went to India. This was in Washington. And he said, I have a problem. I have to find a way to accelerate the learning of everyone in the Army. And our existing institutions are not necessarily able to do that at the speed that we need. What do you got? What do you have? Well, we have ways to accelerate learning. We have ways to engage across broad audiences of learners. And so, I don't know where all of that's going to end up, but your university designed the way that it's designed, operating the way that it's operating, we have the capacity to be engaged in those kinds of discussions. So we have a little project with the Air Force. This will be our last comment. So, Phil, what do we do for the Air Force? And by the way, I didn't agree with the speaker that thought that somehow we shouldn't be supporting the defense of the United States. I thoroughly am in opposition to that.
So we work with Air University, which is basically the digital teaching and learning arm of the Air Education and Training Command, AETC. And what we do for them is we provide an underlying technology platform with the help of enterprise technology and a portal that allows a better user experience for everything that the soldiers in the Air Force have to learn. It's a very complicated system, but the Air Force could not build it on their own because they'd have to go through procurement rules. And so we formed an intergovernmental agreement with the Air Force to provide them that capability. And as a result, we have over 75, I think almost 100,000 airmen and women using that portal to advance their learning regarding what they need to know in the Air Force.
So your university, in the model that we've advanced, and we're going to give you an update on how we're doing financially and programmatically and so forth in the next session after lunch, we built a different kind of institution that has the capability to do these kinds of things. I'll ask one last question of the provost, Nancy Gonzalez. To what extent is the activity that we do to support the Air Force through Air University limit the educational activities of the students that are on campus? Doesn't it eat into what we're doing?
It doesn't limit.
So how does that happen? How do we not eat into what we're doing on campus?
Because they access opportunities using technology that doesn't impact anything that our students are experiencing.
So I went to a public policy school for my PhD in which we learned absolutely the definition of a public good. A public good is something that can be consumed by one person without limiting the consumption of another person of the same good. Our digital assets are essentially public goods. And so we have found a way to advance that as a part of the university that we have. So within my time frame, section 1 is over.
Thank you, President Crow. We are now in recess for lunch. We will return at 1:45 to continue ASU's presentation. We're now back in session. We will continue President Crow's presentation. President Crow, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So right now, if we can turn that microphone down just a little bit, thank you. So we're going to focus on what we call ASU financial strategies and tactics, and I'm going to walk through the presentation, but not through all of the details, leaving an opportunity on certain starred slides where there was a regent's question related to that particular item. And so I want to start in this part of the presentation by doing something, by taking you back 20 years in time. The regents of 2004, after I'd been here for 2 years, were basically given a financial strategy proposal by me, in which we said we would do these 4 things. And this little graphic presentation is going to help you understand each of the things that we're trying to do. 1, we're going to implement mechanisms that result in quality improvement despite minimal public investment. Unbelievably important. So the assumption was that there would be no substantial increases in public investment to go with student enrollment growth. 2nd, we would aggressively grow and diversify our sources of revenue. This is 20 years old. This was our instruction set. Once the operational mechanisms of the university were known, how would we then advance this university? So 1, we wouldn't rely on public investment from Arizona beyond some minimal level. 2, we would aggressively diversify our sources of revenue. 3, we would centrally manage our resources as opposed to responsibility-centered management, which is often used at universities. And 4th, we would create incentives for colleges and schools to be responsible academic entrepreneurs, trying to help them to become more entrepreneurial from a culture of not being entrepreneurial. The institution was culturally grounded in, we are a government institution and we will beat the drum until the government pays us. And some years we'll do well and some years we won't. So these were 4 things put in place in 2004. So what does that mean then relative to just one of them? In the corner is the little item that we're attempting to implement from the 2004 strategy. And in the chart, we're showing you how that has occurred since 2004. And that is state appropriations per degree. Just take a look at this. It used to be 44,000, now it's 11,000. State appropriations per degree granted. We receive less investment, so people that say, and there's folks in the legislature somehow think that all of our money comes from them. Well, this is what we receive. Less in state investment per degree than our comparators. A comparator means a regents identified or similar institution in purpose, mission, and scope, including the University of Arizona, Ohio State, Rutgers, Maryland, and so forth. So $11,000 is what we're spending per graduate of state money. At Rutgers, they're spending $60 per graduate from the state of New Jersey. So please don't talk to us about efficiency very much because we're very efficient relative to the public coin. And then this chart basically says our expenses have fallen $6,500 per student in the last 13 fiscal years in current dollars. So Morgan Olson, the university's CFO, Morgan, what does this chart say to you? And you've been the CFO of 3 other universities before this one in your career, including Purdue and Southern Methodist University, so public and private universities. So what does this chart tell you relative to our efficiencies?
Well, I think what it tells you is that we've been able to educate students at an increasingly productive rate over this time period. You kind of see the numbers here. We went through a challenging period, during the Great Recession and adjusted our cost structure pretty significantly, and we've been able to maintain that. And when we're able to do that we can essentially translate a good portion of that productivity into the net cost to our students. So
which means lower tuition for all of our student categories.
Less than 2% a year over a pretty long time period. I think
15
we're up
years.
to, yes.
So in this slide, again, this goes to ASU spends more on student-focused functions than all of our comparators. So the slide is just monkey business. All the colors means those are programs related to students. At University of Utah, they spend substantially less than we spend as a percentage of our revenue. So we're student-focused, it's student-centric. ASU operates with fewer employees, so this is number of employees per 100 students, excluding anything associated with a medical school. So we have 7.3, and University of North Carolina has 32. So when people talk about us being efficient, I'm like, well, okay, compared to who? Compared to what? We use technologies, we use innovations, we use ways in which we advance the university. Revenues. So remember, going back to that original slide, aggressively grow and diversify sources of revenue. You can see in 2003 what our revenue was and what our sources were. And you can see what our revenue is now. And then just zooming in the last 6 fiscal years, FY20 to now, a $2 billion increase in our revenue with no increase in state investments. I'll just pause there for a second. So again, going back to the 2004 strategy, diversify and increase revenue. Not very easy, by the way, because all that revenue comes from a competitor not being able to capture that revenue themselves. Increase sources of revenue. So this is another source of revenue, which is our fundraising. So we think we'll raise between $475 million and $500 million this year on our goal to $600 million a year, advancing our endowment, advancing these revenue sources, all these things. So we're doing that. And then this is the outline, which we haven't announced yet in a formal way, but we will, of our new campaign. And it's in the spirit of what I said earlier, upper left, changing futures from Arizona for the world. It's about time for Arizona to start talking about what we can do. What are we doing? What kind of innovations do we have? And we're looking at each of these areas. Advanced technology for good, inspire tomorrow's game changers, build the future of health, reshape the relationship with our planet, which doesn't mean environmental wackoism. The deans are giggling. I heard it back there. At least Dean Batts was giggling. ABOR topic of interest up there, that little state of Arizona in the copper color. So this was an area of particular interest by the board. So I'll pause right here just for a second. This is revenue model assumes continued growth and diversification of revenues going forward. So we need $2 billion more in the next 5 fiscal years to advance our interests. You know, so again, just to put this in the perspective of the regents, if we enroll 25,000 more students from Arizona, there's no revenues from the state to pay for the 25,000 more students from Arizona. So where do we get the revenue? So you are the governing board of an institution which is minimally invested in by the state, but taking on the mission of this institution in terms of scale. And so I'll just leave this one open to see if there's any comments or questions, since this was one of particular interest by the board. So all these things that are listed there, and continued enrollment growth, we're going to be talking about some of this in executive session, some of the risks and the challenges and so forth. It's not, we don't always want to talk about all of the challenges that we have in a public session with our competitors. I don't mean our in-state competitors, I mean our other competitors listening to us. ASU revenues related to knowledge enterprise, all these things. So this is strategic. Yes.
Chairman, Dr. Crow, I guess looking at that as important, I think.
This one.
Yes, as important, looking at that $2 billion.
Yeah.
And what the university is having to do to continue to grow revenue sources. Mm-hmm. How does athletics fit in there?
So athletics is, of this, let's say we were going to raise $40 million more per year for athletics revenue. Let's say that was a target. Mm-hmm. So $40 million would be 2% of this number. And so it's important, it's challenging, it's difficult. It's not the main revenue ball game, because athletic revenues only go for athletics. Mm-hmm. And they only go for the 650 athletes that are in athletics. And so they don't help us to achieve our financial challenges at any scale, because the scale is just too large, even for athletics. Now, what athletics does do is it presents the university, to my slides in the earlier presentation, same as Ohio State, same as Texas, same as Penn State, world-class research university, world-class athletics.
Facilities.
Yeah, world-class facilities. Now, the regions have allowed us to build the athletic facilities district, which will, in the long run, provide for us the revenues that we need for facilities. Just comment on that a little bit, Morgan. Athletic Facilities District, Novus Innovation Corridor, and the relationship between that and athletic facilities.
A new revenue stream, frankly, to be able to invest in the infrastructure for intercollegiate athletics, which, at the level we compete tends to be pretty expensive. And so the Novus Innovation Corridor and the revenue that it generates over time, I think, is going to be an endowment equivalent, effectively, that will allow us to have the resources we need to have competitive facilities for, fan experience, recruit top student athletes, et cetera, without having to divert other revenue streams.
So hundreds of millions of dollars of financing for athletic facilities. We've already invested $450 million in the football stadium renovation and the multi-purpose arena, another, $50 million for other projects here and there. So we're going to be up in the range of, by the time we're done with a new track, new tennis facilities, new natatorium and so forth, $700 million of athletic facilities. But we're not going to burden the tuition-paying students of the university with that, and there's no way, to Regent Brewster, to your question, there's no way athletics can afford any of that. So we constructed, went to the board, got the approval of the board, went to the legislature, got the approval of the legislature, went to the county of Maricopa, got their approval to build an athletic facilities district, which will help us cover most of these costs. Now, of course, it's empty dirt until our brilliant teams are engaged in filling the Novus Innovation Corridor with developers who are building facilities, which is underway now, which we have seen. And so, Morgan, you want to say anything about the Novus Innovation Corridor and how it's doing?
Well, we're pretty excited about it, actually. We always anticipated that we'd have this live, work, play environment as part of downtown Tempe and the ASU Tempe campus. And we've opened 5 new restaurants along Novus Place in the last 5 weeks. Some of you I know, because I've seen you there, have been over to kind of experience that environment. What I think it will do is it will bring more people to the campus and expose them to more university activities, not just athletic events, but also the other things that we're doing in terms of research and teaching and learning, et cetera. And then it also has positive economic
But describe how that generates, how does that development by the developers in partnership with us develop revenue for us?
Right, so 2 basic ways. Prepaid long-term ground leases for the land that we make available for Novus, for commercial office buildings, for multifamily residential, and for other types of facilities like hospitality, retail, et cetera. And then over time, there also is an additional rent charge that is intended to approximate what property tax would be if these properties were on the tax rolls. So that's a much more significant long-term revenue stream, actually, than the prepaid rent. And it also creates
for which we won a legal victory against the lawsuit by the former Attorney General, who didn't quite fully grasp the notion of what tax exempt meant for the universities and ABOR. So ABOR is clear and able to advance all of its properties under certain conditions to do these things. And so that's what we're doing.
I was just going to make one last point on that, and that is that the relationships that are being developed by the presence of companies and other organizations in our innovation corridors leads to other types of opportunities. We had the State Farm Foundation make about a $33 million gift to help us with things that we were doing in the way of upskilling of people who will go on to contribute to the Arizona economy. They contribute in terms of research endeavors. They also support our educational activities in terms of serving on industry advisory boards and those types of things. So it is multiple benefits come from that.
Chet has a question.
Yeah.
President, I noticed in your chart the number one, source of revenue is enrollment growth, and you say continued enrollment growth in primary channels. As we all know, there is the enrollment cliff. There are
which we don't believe in. We think that's total fiction.
Okay. So let's go with the fiction for a second then. And
Well, the fiction, because there's no shortage of people wanting a college diploma in the United States, believe me. There's only universities sit around worrying about why they can't get them.
So I'd love to explore that a little bit more because it's been notoriously hard to get adult learners back into college. We know that there is suggested
We have
for high school.
110,000 enrolled right now in our online programs.
So that gets you to where you are today.
Yes.
How do you get to the next
Well,
110,000?
we'll talk about that, and that's going to come in some more specific numbers. So I'll ask Phil Regier, who's the CEO of EdPlus. Phil, how are we doing? So first, the board has been gracious enough and allowance in terms of allowing us to do this. So we took our faculty, and we built online degrees, more than 300 of them, almost 400 of them by now. How many, Phil?
This year we'll have 104,500.
No, I meant how many degree programs?
400.
400. So 400 degree programs. We then went out to the market with ASU degrees offered by ASU faculty members to students to learn online, the most advanced degrees, STEM degrees, liberal arts degrees, humanities degrees, digital photography degrees, all these things, and we have 104,000 students. But how are we doing in terms of growth rates and marketing? And since we have fired our OPM, we're now doing this on our own, and we're doing much better than when we had the OPM. So just, Phil, give an update on how we're doing.
So in our most important channels, which are kind of the direct learner channels or the direct channels, and they're the most important in terms of overall margin. In spring A this year, we had a 20%.
Spring A is the first half of the spring semester, right?
Census was just last week, and we had a 20% growth rate in direct channel students and a 24%, and that's at the undergraduate level, and about 24% growth rate in graduate students.
So, and then the trend is, since we've altered our system, changed our marketing strategies, I'm not going to go through all of the secret sauce that we have, but we have also other channels, and so we have a company called InStride, which is representing us to corporations. And how are we doing with InStride?
InStride's growing 35% a year. In our most, I understand everybody's concerned about this demographic cliff, but the fact is, for online students, the most important addressable market are the number of Americans who have some post-secondary education but no degree.
That would be 40 million people.
And it continues to grow by about 1 million students a year. And so when President Crow says, while we believe that there may be a demographic cliff for high school students, for adult learners, it is unbelievably, it's a very robust market, let me just say that.
So I don't know who would be best to answer this question. Who of the ASU team can answer the question of how many high school students we have taking ASU courses? Maria?
We have about 10,000 students, including.
So just describe what some are. So we're affecting the pipeline also, Chad. So 10,000 high school students are doing what?
So 10,000 high school students are either taking one of our universal learner courses, which are our big courses that are college credit and we do in the high school, or an ASU course from ASU Prep, where the high school students are coming to ASU to take the courses.
And then, Dr. Runn, how many students are in ASU Prep and ASU Prep Digital, which the regents have also allowed the university to become a charter authority. So we're not just a charter school, we're a charter authority. We can have multiple schools, multiple partners, multiple alliances, as well as a digital high school. So what do we have in ASU Prep and ASU Prep Digital?
7,500 in ASU Prep Digital and 3,700 in immersion sites around the valley.
Right. So another 10,000. And so we're also affecting college going rates coming for full immersion and so forth and so on. I do want to point out on these slides that this slide, enrollment, the first three, which obviously this is an enrollment-driven institution because it's unlike our sister institutions, our assignment from the board is grow, scale, maximum. We've added 30,000 students in the last 5 years. 30,000 students, an entire university, have been added to ASU. We now have 19,000, I think that's the right number, in-state online students. We've built an entire university with no capital investment. with 19,000 Arizonans finishing their college with us. And then I want to add revenues from ASU Health. We don't know what that's going to be. Could be innovations, could be partnerships, revenues related to knowledge enterprise. You know, there's all kinds of revenue. What's a net positive revenue? That's another matter altogether. But I draw your attention to the last 4 little bullets there under other revenues. Commercialization of our educational technology products. So let's see, who can answer this? So Jim O'Brien, why don't you just give an update on how our spin-out company called Dreamscape Learn, which we co-founded, which is selling educational technologies to the University of Nevada at Las Vegas, now up and running, to Rowan University, to other universities, community colleges, several community colleges in California. How's Dreamscape Learn doing? So it's a new company off to a start. This goes to this line here, commercialization of ASU educational technology products.
Well, I think Dreamscape Learn illustrates a variety of things for us, and it's been a tremendous learning experience about how we can affect more people and attract them to the institution. And the first is, how is it that we find new ways of teaching and learning and develop those with other people's money? And that is...
Wait, I just want that to be, say that again. So how do we do something with what?
Other people's money.
Yeah, other people's money.
And so one of the challenges in higher education is that we all know we need to innovate. We need to do things differently. But we need to do that while we're simultaneously teaching the people we have and expending the resources we have. So I think one of the lessons here for us about how we approach the future is how we build these kind of partnerships and these kinds of mechanisms using investment from others in the technologies we need in the future, and then begin to develop those and find methods of distribution of the new learning products.
So that's that first little bullet there. Now, Christian Osminia here, who is our Vice President for Enterprise Strategy, works at the enterprise level and takes on our mergers and acquisition efforts, takes on our complex relationships, has been heavily involved in our relationships, expanding our presence in California, is the former CFO of the California Community College System, a multi-billion-dollar per year system with millions of learners attached. So just talk about what California community colleges are doing with ASU Dreamscape Learn technology, just as an example.
Yeah, so we have 3 California community colleges, Merced College, Glendale Community College in Los Angeles County, and a college that's being finalized their partnership, who are building Dreamscape pods on their campuses using a combination of state funds, college and district funds, other local funds, and then are introducing the curriculum into the biology curriculum today into their own curriculum and partnering with us to develop other courses.
So the point there is that your university that you all govern is also involved in that. We have technologies that we're using, and then using other people's money, we're then advancing those technologies into the market, from which there then is ultimately a revenue return. So we have an equity position in that company held by our entity that can hold equity positions. We have a revenue stream from these companies, and we ultimately have a piece of all this that's going on. And so this is another thing. So the second one, Changing Futures campaign. You know, we hope to raise billions of dollars, and we will. Billions of dollars. We have not announced it yet, but we did close on and have the receipt of the resources for a $115 million gift, the largest single gift in the history of the institution, to help us to launch a new school, Changing Futures campaign, $115 million gift. Revenues related to real estate. Well, I hope so, because we have to figure out how we're going to advance the institution. So we already talked a little bit about Novus, which is a way to generate revenue related to real estate. So I won't belabor that anymore. But then this last item, dissemination of our discoveries and inventions in the marketplace. So we have hundreds of technologies that we've now licensed, and we have other technologies that are being used by companies without taking a license. And the board, under executive session, is going to hear about some actions being taken on behalf of Arizona State University for the people using our technology without a license. Not good. This is a revenue stream for us. So, net position of the institution. This is important in terms of central management, how we're doing. This is basically an indicator of how we're doing financially. Morgan, anything you want to add relative to this? And Morgan and his team have been unbelievably capable in delivering to Arizona State University a level of technical expertise financial management skill, all the things that we need to have that chart look like that?
Well, I think I'd just say two quick things. One, this is, just a quantitative reflection of the great work that all the folks at ASU are doing. Our unrestricted net position, which is basically monies that are most liquid and available for any initiatives that we might identify, have increased about fivefold since President Crow took his position here at the university. When I got here in 2008, we had about 300 million of net position. And so this is, 30 million. I slipped to zero. So that has grown very substantially and is really kind of what we need in terms of balance sheet strength to be able to take on all these initiatives that President Crow has been sharing with the board.
So again, I'm not trying to walk through every slide. I'm just trying to give you the indicator of how we're doing in these categories. And so this is our cash on hand. Now, this is obviously a management decision. We could also make management decisions, come back to the board and say we need to lower our cash on hand because we need to take some risk. We're going to need to spend some of our capital to make some things happen. And so we're not ready to do that, but we might do that at some point. But we're a healthy institution, well within standards and so forth, the benchmarks. And then incentives for colleges and schools. The job of deans and their directors is to operate with an entrepreneurial mindset and lead revenue generation. So Stacy Leeds, is she still here? Yeah, so Stacy Leeds, the dean of the Sandra Day O'Connor Law School. So Dean Leeds, you show up here, we make you the dean, and you work with the provost, but what have you been doing to get revenue to the law school?
So the majority of our law school students are non-JD seeking students. We have a variety of master's degree programs, which
by the way, just for the board's benefit,
Yep.
no one out here knows who I'm going to call on. So
Right, it's random, completely random.
It's not random.
It is for us. So when you think of law schools, you think of lawyers, people who are seeking their JD degrees. At our law school, the JD student body makes up about 45% of our student body, and 55% are people who are in industries of all kinds, who are coming to spend a year or two with us where they get a master's degree that will make them better at their industry job because they'll have legal and regulatory knowledge. So that's where our primary growth is at this time.
So Dean Kadan, the dean of the WP Carey School of Business. So on this second bullet, again, Regents, the deans don't know who I'm going to call on. Are you doing anything to manage your costs within that behemoth business school that you're operating, or is it going to be one of these business schools not well run by management scholars?
So I'm managing both the revenues and the costs. That's what business schools
And
do.
Dean Kadan came from Washington University, where he was associate dean of a private university business school. So what are you doing in this bullet right here? How our resources are allocated and costs are managed. I want to give the Regents like an example.
I think the main cost that we have is faculty, and so we need to be very responsible in how we hire faculty. And we have both faculty who do research faculty who are relatively, I would say, more expensive. They teach fewer courses, but they also do research and expand on our reputation. But we also have a very significant number of teaching faculty. Faculty teach very amazing teachers. They cost less, they teach more courses, and they contribute to the institution in terms of their expertise in teaching mainly. So that's, to me, that's one main reason to.
So here's my last point on this slide. So Jeffrey Cohen, the Dean of Humanities within the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. So Jeffrey, I mean, the humanities are obviously dead, right? Like no one's interested. There's no students wanting to get any majors in the humanities. It's a completely lost thing. It's like a Greek language, completely dead, which is false, 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 false. And I think we even have a Greek language faculty member here. At least I thought I saw her earlier. And so, so what are we doing, Jeffrey, in that last bullet? Create substantial new learning opportunities for the broader society. What have we done in the humanities at ASU to make things happen?
I'm glad the humanities are not dead. I almost sulked out of here. So one of the reasons why when people look at a model for what the humanities can be moving forward, they look at ASU. And I just gave a talk in Germany. I'm going to Harvard University in a little while to talk about we have a great faculty who are really good at getting our students engaged. And Michael, if I can just give one really quick example, one of our most innovative programs is our World War II Studies Masters. We've had 125 graduates from it. It's through a partnership with the National World War II Museum. As it turns out, we are serving a population that's a little older and quite wealthy. They're so interested, they so love what we do that they're now endowing scholarships so that other people can go and study at no cost.
Voila! So that's with the museum. So then let's just add one maybe call on one more. Maybe, let's look at summer school courses. So where is, let's see, who could talk about this the best? Kenro Kasumi, the Dean of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and Senior Vice Provost. So Kenro is a scientist who is the leader of a college that has as many students as all but about 20 universities. So Kenro, what are we doing in summer school? How many kids do we have? How's it working in your college? What do you do with the money?
Yeah, I mean, we are actually expanding all around, the various fronts that we can reach our summer school students. We, have diversified our, our curricular offerings so that essentially almost every program is available online. We have available online courses, on-campus courses, using online assets.
This is unheard of, by the way. This is in a college of liberal arts and sciences. Almost every program is also available online.
Yeah, we have a few that we're still working on, but we've had like explosive growth. Like our data science program went from 0 to 1,000 in just 1 year. So just enormous, interest. We also are launching, as part of our experiential learning, study abroad courses that really sort of cement people's understanding and ability to transfer their knowledge into the real world. It is something that the schools and departments in our college are very focused on. How do we?
So do you know how many? I don't know. Do you know how many students we have summer school, or maybe Kent knows, or maybe Nancy knows?
Yeah, 16,000.
60,000.
60,000.
So what happens to summer school revenue? I just want the Regents to give some sense to this particular point. So you get summer school students, what happens to the revenue for a summer school student?
That's available both to the school and the college to, after expenses to use.
Meaning we don't take it and bring it in central. It's an incentivized mechanism to expand access, to expand revenue. I'm just trying to give the Regents a sense of how this works. Thank you, Kenro. So Nancy Gonzalez has done an unbelievable job, unparalleled in the history of the institution, in finding talent to be our deans. These are new deans that have been brought in. I'm just trying to give you a sense. Several of them are in the room. I'll call on Renee. Yeah, so Renee. So she's the new dean of the Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts, also a senior vice provost. Some of the deans have mega jobs. The institutions are so significant. They're the size. So she's running something that's the largest art and design school in the country. So Renee, you came from where, what are you doing, and what do you think is your main assignment?
Okay, so I came from most recently the University of Washington, but I've spent my whole career, which is close to over 30 years now, in public education. And I have been brought here to do a number of things, but including Herberger Institute of Design and the Arts is really the anchor for the Mesa campus. It's the anchor for the LA campus right now, as well as being present in downtown and in Tempe. I think when we think about the arts and design, one of the wonderful things and one of the things that brought me, in addition to the charter, was the way that President Crow talks about creativity as really one of the top line things that we can do to educate and nurture innovation in the world. And you think about children, and when they sing and they dance and they play and they build forts, and then over time we tell them, well, you need to put that stuff away, right? But that is how they explore the world. It's how they create connections with each other. And we still need that as adults and as adult learners to create connections.
So how many students do we have in Herberger?
Close to 9,000 right now.
9,000 students, all right. All right, well, thank you. And then, Nancy, if you could just mention the two deans not yet here. So we have hired now our new dean of the School of Medicine and Advanced Medical Engineering and the School of Technology and Public Health. And so I'm just trying to give the Regents a sense of, how we're bringing in the talent. So at the end of the day, one half of my responsibility is talent finding. How do I find the talent capable of advancing this model? So Nancy, the two new deans who are in the middle of this chart.
Sure. So two new deans who have been hired to lead schools that have not launched yet but are launching soon. So Jyoti Pathak is the Dean of the School of Technology for Public Health. That school will launch this fall with 2 master's degrees, one in a master's degree in technology for public health, and one is a master's degree in public health. He's coming from Cornell University, where he's got a very distinguished record as a scientist using bioinformatics.
He's at the medical school in New York City.
Medical school, in New York. And he's also an entrepreneur, and he's a really fantastic fit for what we're trying to do with this school. And then Sarah Lisenby, who goes by Holly, is coming to us from NIH, where she's running the BRAIN initiative, which is kind of a $400 million initiative that is trying to bring together all of the scientific knowledge around brain sciences. She herself is a distinguished scientist. She is a emeritus faculty from Duke University, where she served there at Duke University Medical School. And she also has an entrepreneurial side to her and has been really advancing neurotechnologies for neuroscience interventions, neuromodulation therapies. So again, she brings a fantastic mix that is going to be ideal for this school, which, as I'll remind you, is the School of Advanced Medicine and Medical Engineering, and that will launch in the fall of 2026.
So, Shireen Gabriel, the head of ASU Health, you want to add anything on these 2 appointments?
Well, not a lot to add, except that they are both fantastic. They were both ranked #1 at each of the search committees. So we're very excited to have them both.
So another point here is this notion of, notice the upper right of the slide, create incentives for colleges and universities to be responsible academic entrepreneurs. Well, we're hiring academic entrepreneurs as our deans. We're hiring them as our deans. And so all of these people represent that. So let's just stop at this point for discussion relative to these variables before we go on to any of those. Any specific things here?
Any regions?
The next section I'm going to fly through is, we adjusted the schedule a little bit, lunch got moved up. What we call missions and goals. Now, these don't change very much. I'm going to only point out where they change. So we now have 6 areas of specific goals. I'm going to show the regents the model. The regents can comment on any aspect of the model. The most important, the #1 at the top, demonstrate leadership in academic excellence and accessibility. That's the new model for ASU. As excellent as any university, but designed in a way where you can be unbelievably accessible, using technology as your mediating asset and innovation as your mechanism. And at the bottom, advance the world's first global futures laboratory, where the reason that we've evolved that, and we'll spend some more time talking about that, is that we ended up in Arizona, as my colleagues know, with no national laboratories, no connections in any national laboratories, no assets like they have in California or New Mexico or Illinois or New York or other places. And so we just decided, hey, what the heck, we'll just build our own. Then you have to pick the area that you think has the greatest probability of being something really, really valuable over the next couple hundred years. We picked this, where you already have a lot of strength to build from, because you can't build from nothing. You got to build from something, which we had. And so I'm just going to walk through these really, really quickly. Demonstrate leadership in enabling academic excellence, and this goes to an earlier question. The newest thing on here is the third from the bottom, increasing online degree seekers to 170,000. So I'm going to ask Phil Regier and Nancy Gonzalez to comment on, very short form, is that an attainable goal, or is that another psycho thing from the president of the university?
Well,
go ahead, Phil.
I'll just say this is probably about the 5th edition of this particular slide, and I think we started at 50,000 in 2010. So, no, I absolutely think 170,000 is attainable. We continue to have very strong growth rates, as I said earlier. If we can maintain a 10 to 15% growth rate, we'll achieve that by 2028, 2029.
And so while Nancy is answering, Christian Osmina, calculate what the revenue would be from 170,000 online students. Nancy?
Yeah, so yes, 170,000 is an attainable goal, and we have been doing, advancing in so many ways to reach that goal. I'll just say by way of example, just in the last, since I've been provost, we've launched 3 new colleges and 12 new schools that are all connected to kind of very market, future-oriented degrees that we will advance not just in person, but also online. So we're always developing our product.
So remember, so you've got 3 different kinds of universities, each important to the future of Arizona. One of them, us, is one attempting to, in a sense, that doesn't mean the others aren't also, but we're attempting to scale and roll with the waves in ways in which most universities aren't able to do that, don't want to do that, or shouldn't do that, because their mission assignment is different. So Regent Duval in particular has been very concerned about this number. Have we been able to add more students from Arizona? The answer is yes, 21,000 more students from Arizona than when we started, and accelerating, with our financial position relative to the students from Arizona being tenuous, because they're not supported by the state the way they are in other states. But nonetheless, we found a way to make this work. So and we're expecting this to go up dramatically. This is ASU enrollment overall. The details of the slide are not as important, but this is a topic that the board showed interest in. We can talk about the details of this. We just gave our number for online, 170,000. I've said before, and I'll say again, we want to flesh out the West Valley campus, and I'll come to that a little bit. We want to flesh out the Polytechnic campus, and I'll come to that in a little bit, to 15,000 or so on-campus fully immersion students on each place, which is about 9,000 or 10,000 more students at each location. So that we could put another 25,000 students on our physical campuses, maybe a few more. Then we have our Los Angeles asset, which is also valuable to us along the way. We have other assets that are valuable to us along the way. And so enrollment, that's our job, maintain fundamental principle of accessibility to students qualified to study. We admit every qualified student. This is what that enrollment looks like over the last 4 or 5 years. So for the board, we're adding substantial access to the institution. Now we've got this program that we already talked about, Universal Learner courses. So Maria, what is a Universal Learner course?
They are ASU courses available for anyone to take, regardless of whether if they're not in a degree-seeking program.
They don't have any qualification either to take the course. You just take the course. You could be in high school. You could be 80 years old. You could be anything. And 8,000 of them have what is Accelerate ASU? What is that, Maria?
Accelerate ASU is the high school version of that program. So we work really closely with the high schools to make sure that the students that are taking the courses are successful in them.
This was an area of interest by the board also. And then the last, earned admission.
Those are more for our working adults. And so again, if you don't have the qualifications to get into ASU, through the earned admissions program, you take 4 courses, you get a B average, and you get into ASU.
And then Nancy, how do they do once they're in ASU compared to other students? So regions, I think, are concerned about access to the university by people that are not qualified. Let me tell you, a 500-hour SAT test, which is what the equivalent of these courses are, a 1,000-hour SAT test, certainly determines your qualification. How do they do, Nancy?
Yeah, we've looked at that on many different measures, and they do actually better than students who didn't come in through that pathway, both in terms of their GPA, in terms of how many courses they complete in a year. These are all primarily online students, their completion rate. So yeah, they outperform.
They outperform the other students. They've been knocked down. They've been kept out. They've got grit and drive and ambition, and they want to make these things happen. So this is how we're doing in terms of access to Arizona high school graduates. So 11% of Arizona's public high school graduates enrolled at ASU. That is 11% of the graduates of 2024 enrolled at ASU in 2024. That's an unbelievable number right by itself. And so you can see the trend lines there. This is tricky business, difficult business, challenging business, because it's a financial disaster. West Valley campus expansion. So we said to the board asked us, you can see Todd, is Todd here? Todd, the dean of the new college at the West Valley campus, come up for the microphone. So Todd, you surely must be lying about these numbers. What do you mean 27% new first-year students, 5% new graduate students? What's going on at the West Valley campus?
I assure you, Regents, I'm not lying. 27% more first-year students in the past year alone. We have a new school, the new School of Interdisciplinary Forensics, which is one of many initiatives, in addition to our new School of Integrated Engineering, led by Dean Kyle Squires, the School for Technology, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship, led by Dean Kadan.
Meaning we moved an engineering school to the West Valley campus and a business college school to the West Valley campus, and a new what we hope ultimately will be best in the world forensics school.
And that forensic school posted year-over-year growth in new students of 42%. We're on track to do vigorous growth for this coming year, 2 new academic buildings, $100 million of infrastructure investments to grow the campus, and we're just getting started on the way to 15,000 on-campus learners by 2030.
And then at the at the Polytechnic campus, again, 45% increase in new graduate students, 13% increase in new first-year students. This is the image of the new manufacturing school building out there. We've got new degree programs, 6 new bachelor's degrees. So the point here is not the details of these degrees, and we appreciate all the Regents' support. The reason that we're getting additional enrollment is that we have additional academic opportunity. We have ways that people want to engage, and we're building facilities and driving things forward and making things happen. Who wants to explain this slide? Nancy, Maria, who?
Maybe Kent?
Who? Kent? Who wants to take this one? Here comes Kent. Kent, no preface, just the facts, dude.
That's what I get for traveling with him to India.
Yeah.
So,
but
Chad,
you were not detained by the Indian police as Jim O'Brien and I were.
and I've chosen not to share that with anyone. So
we had an illegal object that we didn't know was illegal, which was a satellite phone.
there's a whole nother story. Chad, to your point earlier about enrollment diversification, it's extremely important, especially with giving the opportunity for students to join us in a different modality. Many of our students come back to us in academic programs offered through ASU Online.
Let me just interrupt for a second. So you were asking about where's the enrollment going to come from. We're walking through where the enrollment's going to come from, line by line, ditch by ditch, effort by effort. So anything else on that, Kent? Okay. So this is how our students are doing. Tremendous progress in retention rates. Look at these Arizona Community College transfer students, the upward slopes. And so this is also more students at any time because they're not quitting, they're not leaving, they're coming back, they're finishing. These are our graduation rates, which have continued to evolve in very positive ways. 40,000 graduates, we're about to break that, 40,000 graduates a year. ASU is the single university with the largest number of bachelor's degrees being produced in the United States. About 1% of the undergraduate degrees in the United States are graduates of ASU. This is our cost, which we try to keep down, and there were comments by the students talking about cost and so forth and so on. Let me tell you that when I got here, just to be clear to the Regents, we had no tuition revenue, no financial aid revenue. We had a 28% four-year graduation rate, 28% four-year graduation rate. So we had limited graduation and no resources. So we changed the model, and the Regents were involved in the changing of this model also, obviously, to a modest tuition, high financial aid model. The modest tuition, high financial aid model has altered everything about the ability of the institution to fulfill its mission, as you can see by looking at this. So I do want to spend a little bit of time on this chart because Regents get bored. These charts all look the same, but they're updated each time we show them. So how are we doing over time? So what this chart is affordability for undergraduates. So this is Arizona resident students in full campus immersion modality. 7,896 of those students, those kids, come from families with family incomes under $20,000 a year. The red line is the tuition level. All the colors leading up to the red line and going above the red line is what we are able to give them. No loans, financial aid. The university is orange. The Pell Grants are yellow. The state money, very small, almost nothing, is green. And the private money that we're raising is blue. So keep going to the right. 3,000 more under 35,000, 3,500 more under 50,000, 2,600 more under 65,000. Keep going. Another 2,100 under 79,000. So under $80,000 of family income, there is no tuition cost to attend the university. I just want that to be processed for a second. Students can live at home. Students can manage their own living relationships. But in terms of the cost of instruction, which is the constitutional duty, as close to free as possible, let me tell you that we have worked with every thing we can conceive of to make it as close to free as possible. And if you're from a family under $80,000, because free means different things. A cost means different things. To a family with $800,000 of family income, a $10,000 expense, I don't want to say it's trivial, but it's doable. You just write a check and turn it in or put it on the credit card and pay it off next month. Not for any of these families. And I want, in particular, the new regents to see this. Under $80,000, and also the deans and others, under $80,000, we have constructed the institution to work in a way where we have created this kind of opportunity for people to attend the university from Arizona. Before we had tuition, money to work with, none of this was attainable, and I'll show you what that chart looks like. But before I do that, we also employ 16,700 students. And we invest $230 million of our money in them to do work at the institution. And 7 of 10 ASU students work while they're in school in addition to these jobs. Arizona resident enrollment in online. So you asked us to do online. We did online. And we built an entire new university, an 18,000 student university, just with Arizonans attending ASU online. We estimate that this will grow to 30,000 in our next planning horizon. So 12,000 more Arizonans attending ASU, getting ASU degrees. That's what that looks like relative to total enrollment. And this was an area that you all had specific interest in also. And so any comments or questions about this? This is where we've been over the last few years. Our degree products are unbelievably popular. Phil, are we the #1 regular university producing online graduates? I don't mean the ranking of what people think about it. We're very high, but I mean numbers. I think so.
Yeah, by far. At the undergraduate level, we have, I don't know, 70 or 75,000 students. The next closest public school to us is University of Cincinnati with about 16,000.
Yep.
Thank you, President Crow. I think this is just wonderful. It means we're reaching working adults, people who otherwise could not come to campus for the length of time it takes to get a degree.
18,000.
So, outstanding.
So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and aligned. The whole reason we exist is to serve these students.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about spending money in order to do so, that's our entire purpose.
It's not our entire purpose. It's our principal purpose. We also do research and do other things.
Right, but so our principal purpose is to serve these students.
Yes.
And spend money doing so.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we do. More money out of our revenue for student and instruction than any other university in the country as a percentage. We also do this. And so Sun Devil Athletics demonstrates what we want: excellence, grit, and teamwork. You can see how our teams have been doing, including Mr. Scatteraboo there, running away from somebody from the University of Texas. Fantastic programs. We're also going to be, we haven't announced this yet formally, but when I say it in a second, it will mean something. We're going to be the first university in the country to offer scholarships to all of our athletes, all 650 or so of our athletes. The NCAA has taken off the constraint. So for example, in the men's baseball team, you were allowed to have 35 baseball players, but only 13 scholarships. We'll now have 35 scholarships. And so we're doing that as a part of the new design that we've put in place for the institution. This chart is busy. You've seen it before, but this is the updated version. Basically, the maroon line shows you that we didn't have very many kids from low-income families in 2002. In 2024, the gold line, you can see how we're doing. So we have, this is the income distribution of our students. So when people say that we're not accessible, we've never been more accessible. That we're not available to low-income students, we've never been more available to low-income students. Ever. This is the backgrounds, the demographic backgrounds of our students. And so it used to be, if gray are people of European descent, something not gray is some other origin of descent. And so you can see that the institution is now wildly diverse, with no DEI goals, no DEI office, no affirmative action office, nothing. We admit every qualified student. We find a way for them to get into and get through the institution as best we can. Pell students. So we're at 50,000 Pell recipients for undergraduates. Isn't that, Kent, is that number one in the country? Number one in the United States. So that's students from modest incomes and almost 30,000 or 30,000 that are first generation. Veterans, just take a look at this chart. In 2014, we had 306 active duty military attending ASU. Now we have over 4,000 active duty military attending ASU. Veterans, we've gone from 3,300 to 8,800. Reaching learners, that it says up there, engaged learners, look at the upper right, engaged learners of all backgrounds. This is the rank order of international student placements in the United States. Number 1, New York University, New York City. Number 2, Northeastern University, Boston. Number 3, Columbia University, New York City. Number 4, ASU, Phoenix. Very, very important. Important for us, important for the success of the institution. You can see how we're competing against others. We have 1 million people that have attended the university. Not all are graduates, but 1 million people that are alive that we're communicating with that have attended the university. We've got students coming in from all over the world. I'm not going to spend much time on this next section. Regents should understand by now, if it's no good, we don't do it. If it's no good, we get rid of it. So high standing of our schools. So I'm going to pick, let's see, Michael Udell, who's the interim dean of the College of Health Solutions. So you got any programs worth anything in your college that you're managing for a while? So our College of Health Solutions, this just goes to quality.
Yes, we have several, well, we have almost 40 degrees across our bachelor's.
So this is College of Health Solutions, downtown Phoenix. So, yeah, go ahead.
Across bachelor's, master's, and doctorate programs. Some of our incredible undergraduate degrees include healthcare administration and policy. Our nutrition programs are outstanding. Our medical studies degree, which is a pathway into healthcare, has almost 900 undergraduate students enrolled right now. And then across our master's programs, our speech and hearing programs are ranked and outstanding and train the next generation of speech pathologists and other hearing scientists. And I could keep going if you want.
And when you got your PhD at Columbia, what did you write about?
My PhD at Columbia is about the use and misuse of race and other population identifiers in health research and how that has challenged how we study human populations.
I want to make that point. I happen to know what that dissertation was about because it turns out some of these things are true and they're worth looking into and worth researching. So ASU thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So ASU faculty demonstrate excellence, so we're continuing to add to these, American Academy of Arts and Science Fellows and Pulitzer Prize winners and so forth. So this is continuing. These are 3 examples. Happy to talk about them. This is our most audacious undertaking to become the leading center, global center for interdisciplinary research, discovery, and development by 2030. Nancy, or not Nancy, I get Nancy and Sally because they're like my sisters, so I change their names all the time, intersposing. So I call my one sister Ruth and my other sister Vicky, and I'm talking to Ruth, but I'm calling her Vicky. So Sally, that's all a compliment, by the way.
Absolutely.
And so what's your new number?
Oh, I'm relieved. I thought I was going to be a 2.
Yeah.
1.5.
So Sally, tell me, what have we done lately to demonstrate any of this?
Sure. Well, first of all, our FY24 number just went in, and we're at $1,003,000,000, so just over $1 billion. You heard from Mayor Woods at the opening of today's session, one of the big wins or partnerships that we're involved in, which is in the National Packaging Center, which will be the first national lab here in Arizona, really a tier 4 that you alluded to, President Crow.
Right. So going to 1.5 billion from $1 billion, if there's a logo on here, we beat them. These are some of the big projects that we've got going on. I don't know if the regions have comments or discussions about these. Some of these are very complicated. In fact, one of the risky things that we have is winning all these things is one thing. Delivering on them is another thing. I'm not sure which one is harder. We think delivering is harder than winning. Our institution is not historically well equipped for some projects of this scale, so we're building up the team, adding people, adding capability, expanding our capabilities. Just mention whoever we've hired, some of the couple people that we've hired to help us to be successful here.
So a good example is the COO of the SWAP Hub, the Microelectronics Commons Hub. It's Jason Conrad, who's from NXP. So we're tending to hire people out of industry to assist us. And in addition, Nancy and her deans do a great job of hiring excellent faculty. I would mention Chris Jacardabordi, who's an engineering faculty member who was hired as the CTO of that project, hired by Dean Squire. So a combination of excellent faculty with professional staff kind of balances the challenging execution.
And Regis heard from me earlier, so I won't detail it again, but Phoenix and Arizona have now become the hub of manufacturing, research, development, incubation, and training related to semiconductors. All those things in one place. And these are representative of that. We've also been winning these other, the Irregular Warfare Center, which is a new thing that we just got out of the Secretary of Defense's office, the Direct Air Capture Hub, which may be on a, is that on
It is currently on a stop work order.
So we're trying to determine what that means. But missions to space, all kinds of things. And so regents are relatively familiar with this. Very significant work in the humanities and the social sciences. I just want regents to really see this chart again because we update it all the time. These are the grays are our physical academic campuses. The yellow is the innovation corridors and technology innovation centers that we have. We are on the move in one way or another in all of these. We've got something going on in all of these. SkySong Innovations, this is what I mentioned earlier. How much outside investments we have attracted, technology transfer, number of patents, innovation productivity, new companies that have been started. These are all important things. This is an area of interest for the regents, so we'll stop here. Ed Plus develops transformative education and learning technologies. Just take a look at some of these metrics here. Those people in the picture are the last semester's Starbucks graduates coming in for their online degrees on campus, meeting with me and the CEO of Starbucks, the new CEO, Brian. So any comments here on Ed Plus transforming education and learning technologies? Okay. Advancing new advanced, ultra advanced ways of teaching STEM. So I'll just say this relative to what we can now do. We can say to any employer, give us anybody, we'll turn them into whatever you want. You want a software engineer? No problem. You want a biochemical literate person? No problem. You need people to understand chemistry? No problem. You need people that understand the English language? No problem. AI, so Lev Gonik. So Lev Gonik is the chief of ASU's what we call enterprise technology and is the point person on our AI initiatives. So Lev, just give the regents a sense of how we're using AI.
Thanks for the opportunity briefly. At ASU, our principal engagement right now is on making sure that our AI initiatives focus in on impact, impacting student success, impacting the research agenda.
So student success is graduating as quickly as possible.
And also making sure that obviously we retain them through their journey. Again, this is a collaboration across all of the academic and research, health areas, as well as a number of the labs here on campus. We also do, I would say, a pretty good job in terms of engaging with our industry partners.
How many AI industry partners do we have?
Right now, over 50. We detailed them actually yesterday for you.
And who did you and I talk to yesterday, and what were they trying to do with us?
Well, I'm not sure what Microsoft was trying to do to us, but we did speak to the lead for the Western U.S. on AI innovation, and she basically offered, a triple ASU alum, by the way, offered opportunities for engagement with us.
And we also said to her, just for the Regents to understand, like, we don't want a vendor-vendee relationship. You can pack that somewhere else. We'll buy from you what we need. Either you're going to work with us as a partner, or we got no reason to work with you, because you're going to learn as much from us as we're going to learn from you. And we're going to buy your stuff when it's, you know, what we need. But you know, we're all these partnerships. So give an example of one of our AI partnerships.
Well, again, you know, one of the big ones that perhaps Regents have heard about was back in January of last year, our announcement of our relationship with OpenAI, the folks who give us ChatGPT. We're engaged in now over 1,000 of our faculty using not only sort of the general license that we can use as consumers, but actually in advancing both their research work and research work that actually other researchers across the country have a very difficult time getting to. That's part of our partnership. They're using what are really called you know, tools for analytical purposes, but they're also using it in the teaching.
How many people do we think use ChatGPT at ASU right now?
We know the number, at least on the immersive side, here on campuses, it's actually north of 50,000. So
the bus is already out of the
future's-
station, in case you wondered. I mean, the boat has already left the dock.
Right. It's not coming, it's here.
Yeah.
And I think what our faculty have done, which is remarkable, is that they've leaned into it and have created opportunities that are defining their fields from...
Well, do any of the deans have an example of a course that you're familiar with that's AI intensive? I know OHAD's got an entire degree that's in...
OHAD, and I know, Jeffrey, your philosophy...
So, Jeffrey, what have we done in philosophy? How would a philosopher even come near an AI system without wanting to kill it off?
Sorry.
No, it's good. An amazing thing that
And Jeffrey, what was your dissertation at Harvard about?
It was about monsters. It trained me
in the English department.
One of the AI projects in philosophy is to upload all the works by a philosopher to turn it into kind of avatar that you can ask anything having to do with that philosophy about, and students love it. It's almost like bringing someone back from the dead and being able to question them and learn from them.
So the way this works, and we've done it with some of the stuff that I've been working on myself, so you take everything that person has written, and you might even take some of the source materials that they reference in their work, so they might be referencing Plato or someone like that. You then take it all, you load it all in, and then that's what communicates with you.
So you can interview John Locke.
Yes.
What about Socrates?
Yes. There's a lot more written by and about Locke than by Socrates that we have, because there's just a lot more. But you could take, I've been trying to go through Kant lately on, you know, the critique of reason, and I can't. It's just too tough. But you then put it into one of these things, and then you ask your questions of him. It is unbelievable what you can do. So Lev, what's the Crowbot?
I should ask, do we have a trademark before I... No, the Crowbot is actually an effort to curate and compilate now over 100 sources from President Crow's sort of corpus of his scholarship, his speeches, his interviews, not only the stuff that's available on the public web, but the things that you know, he's noodled with. Some of them have been in the sort of drawers of his desk over the years, and actually then creating a Crow bot, which allows us to both support his curiosity, but also the workflows inside you know, the Office of the President, whether it's helping to draft letters, whether it's helping to outline possible articles that he might consider on topics that he hasn't yet written about, to essentially jumpstart that activity in the voice of President Crow, because all of these materials are not generic, they're actually of him.
So the point is not that, we're just using that to figure out how it works and then sort of test it and test its reliability and so forth. The point is, when I say ASU is pioneering the use of AI within higher education, we won't be able to attain our goals unless we do this. You know, we need nearly 100% graduation. We need kids coming in from every background. We need to be able to work with students from every conceivable area of interest. So, enough on that. Our local impact and our social embeddedness. This is where we're trying to give back to the community. So we've got ASU Prep that you heard Dr. Runn talk about, which is very successful. We've got all these K-12 learners that Maria Anguiano has talked about. We've got educators that we're meeting with, thousands of teachers, thousands of teachers that we're training, tens of thousands of people. We're working on major projects for Arizona, electrified processes for industry without carbon. So how do you produce steel with no carbon? How do you produce the things that consume the most carbon in a new and different way using electricity that can come from other sources? ASU leads programs that promote civic engagement on local and national levels. In fact, this is a huge area for us. Our Skettle School, our new Freedom of Speech Center funded by Don Budinger, a number of other initiatives, the initiatives that we have with a number of prominent national figures that we've been bringing in, our new Institute of Politics that we have launched, and all these things are underway. An area of interest on the learning enterprise. We've served 1 million learners. This is a topic of interest to the board. 28,000 K-12, 25,000 pathways, 198,000 career and professional, 150,000 global learning, people coming in from 140 countries, partnerships. Anything, Maria, you'd want to add to that?
No, just that it's very diverse and broad population that goes from age 3 to age 96.
So this is an idea that we took and stole from Suresh's old boss at Purdue. So Mitch Daniels, person I've gotten to know the last few years. In fact, I called Mitch when he was the governor of Indiana and said, you got to stop talking about yourself as the new American university unless you listen to us more. And so he laughed, and we started a good relationship at that point. But he later became the president of Purdue and had a very successful career at Purdue, also as a university president. And he said, Purdue in every house. Purdue University in every household. Okay, so how do we make ASU available to every household? What do you need? How can we be helpful to you? We got a lot of stuff. Again, always back to what Nancy answered, not in a way that takes away from our students, anything from them, but it takes what we already have and makes it available to more people. ASU Health, this is where we're headed. This is what we're launching ourselves around. The board is already familiar with all of this. This school is designed, it's about to begin the accreditation process. And I will say one very, very important thing to the regents, and we could even pause here and we could figure out how to solve this. So there's 2 public university medical schools in the state. One exists at the University of Arizona, for which the people of Arizona invest $75 million a year in that medical school. We're launching a public medical school with no money and no investment and no ongoing investment from the state. And we don't need $75 million, but we're eventually at some point going to have to find some way to get the state to invest in this. The model is different. Shireen, can you give us, I mean, you've been the dean of Rutgers Medical School, you've been the dean of Mayo Medical School, you've been the president of a health organization university in Chicago with multiple schools, nursing, medicine, all kinds of things. You came back to Arizona to make this happen. Why is this interesting to you?
Well, it's interesting to me, I'll say, because it's a greenfield, right? Because in all of those experiences, I sort of had a front row seat as to what worked and what didn't work. And this is an opportunity to start from, rather than try to rehab an existing school, to really start from scratch and create it the way it should be in the first place. And I will add to that the innovation, entrepreneurship, collaborative partnership culture that we have here is just like no other. So those were really the reasons that that I came here and the reasons this will happen.
So, any comments on this? This is underway, hot and heavy. Dean hired, the team is in place. We're burning money like there is no tomorrow. And so this is a stress for us. This is a risk for us. And so we'll spend more time talking about that in executive session. But
when will you admit your first student?
when will we admit our first student if we get accreditation?
Summer of ~26.
Yeah. We've got this dean that's coming in. There's the dates right there. To Regent Stein, to your questions. And then the dean, founding director of the NIH non-invasive neuromodulation unit. This is a massive undertaking, as you heard earlier. Then this new school of technology for public health. So again, we're building both of these from the existing university. So let's see, let's talk to Michael Udell. Anything you're going to offer to this School of Public Technology for Public Health from your College of Health Solutions? So the point to the regents of making this little digression here with Dean Udell is we're not building this from scratch. We're building it from a mammoth university, drawing from the things that we already have.
Yeah, we are currently already providing several of the associate and assistant deans to both School of Technology for Public Health and the School of Medicine. We have a lot of faculty, including myself, who do public health work, who will be partnering with this new school, both in the classroom and in research. As a matter of fact, tomorrow we're having a digital health summit that our college is sponsoring in partnership with ASU Health. That will be, part of the types of partnerships that we're looking forward to and will continue to develop with the ASU Health ecosystem.
So I understand that this in some ways is just sort of overwhelming. So much information, so many things. This is the speed with which we're moving. These are the things that we're doing. You all, as regents and the historic regents, have allowed us to build this world-class research university with an unbelievable technological platform that then allows us to launch these schools from what we already have, rather than building them from whole cloth. Judy's here, fantastic dean of our Edson College of Nursing and Health Innovation. So, Judy, so you've got a big, how big is your nursing school? Is it like one of the small little cheesy ones, or what is it?
No, it's quite large, almost 7,000 students, and we've doubled our number of new graduates in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and so what are you going to do under ASU Health, under our new set of objectives?
Well, partnering with these other schools in the ASU Health is really the priority, and it is not your same old academic health science center. As Shireen mentioned, we have an opportunity to make healthcare education what we want it to be, and really looking at interprofessional opportunities for education, for research, but also for care. And so we're excited about the possibility of bringing those three pillars together as we do ASU Health. And by the way, also increase the number of nurses for the state of Arizona dramatically.
Right. So trying to figure out how to do that. So here's the Health Observatory, which is up and running. I'm glad that President Cruz Rivera is gone, because we stole David from NAU. And so I'm glad he's out doing something else. But David will still link back to to NAU. NAU will be a part of the Health Observatory. And I think that in the long run, everybody will win along the way. The first Global Futures Laboratory, you've seen this before. Build capacity, be a global leader, develop our hubs. This picture here shows you a little bit about where we're taking the laboratory, including the 5 schools in the college, about 40 centers. On the upper right, regents are probably unaware, but that's your research plane in Hawaii, which costs a lot of money. What'd that thing cost? $11 million? I forgot it. It has radar that then tells the health of things. And so we have labs in Hawaii, labs in Bermuda, research projects all over the planet, students all over the planet, students engaged from everywhere on the planet. Lots of things happening in this initiative. We have the $40 million that Governor Ducey gave us, with $5 million from the Piper Foundation, or Piper Charitable Trust, on new ways to enhance technology for water conservation, tri-state effort to develop regional economic development. So I'll stop there to see if there's questions on that. Yep.
Do you foresee a need for any ocean engineering or naval engineering degrees within the next 15 years?
Well, we have an ocean futures school. And right now we haven't thought about ocean engineering. Kyle, have we thought about ocean engineering? I have thought about it. So he has thought about it. Now you're, Regent Zaragoza, you're one of his students, So what else have you thought about it other than thinking about it?
David is dean.
Well,
Yes.
no, I think the way that we think about a degree like ocean engineering, because it exists, to your point, is what can you do within existing programs to do some learning, right? What kinds of concentrations or other pathways through the programs to find out where you can gain traction. And then I think within ocean engineering, what's really interesting, you know, there's a school, a partner school, right? School of Ocean Futures. Is that a potential linkage? So I really do think about it seriously. Do some learning, learn how to crawl, understand what the demand is, figure out what the partnership model could look like. But that could happen.
So Regents approve projects piecemeal, one project at a time. Here's this project, approve, not approve. Here's this project, approve, not approve. So I just want to spend a little bit of time before we stop again for questions on our footprint. These are some things that are happening right now. So we have these capital projects. Since 2002, we've facilitated 9.7 million square feet and about $5 billion of projects. Here's what's completed in 2024. So this is going on, and this is your update. This is the annual update of how we're doing. So this project, which is a new residence hall on the West Valley campus, private capital in partnership with the university. This is the University Gateway building, which is a wraparound, unbelievable new center for creativity and digital activities and all kinds of things as a part of the redevelopment of the university's area right next to the Omni Hotel and the Mirabella Village. This is the Wilson Hall, completely rebuilt, new 5-story classroom building, LEED silver, fantastic facility. I mean, it's just unbelievably well engineered. Our teams do fantastic things. New innovation spaces going up in one of our innovation campuses. This is the Rio Yards 1, which is eventually going to be filled with startup companies. I don't know how they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, creatives.
Yeah, creative companies, right. So, and so that's in one of our innovation districts, Novus. Projects under construction, West Valley Campus Academic and Office Building, expanding our capacity there. This very expensive building, ISTB 12 on the Polytechnic campus, which will be the gateway. I'm also trying to give a sense to the Regents of the scale and the level that we're moving on the Polytechnic campus. This is Macro Technology Works. This is the facility that was central to our winning of, in many ways, our winning of the new packaging laboratory under NatCast. It's also one of the largest facilities for the incubation of new semiconductors in the world. This is a building that we bought back when people told me we couldn't buy buildings and we couldn't buy options. We bought this thing. So Sally, how's this building important to what we're doing in terms of semiconductors? This is in the ASU Research Park, but this is an ASU building.
Right, so the particular project that's described there is the Applied Materials Partnership, which is a shared lab that Applied Materials, ASU, as well as other industry partners can utilize Applied Materials tools, that is equipment. They're putting $200 million worth of tools into that space, and that was central to the recent NatCast win, as well as our SHIELD packaging, $100 million project.
And Regent Goodyear, you were very influential
Central,
on
yeah.
helping the Arizona Commerce Authority to help us to win that particular project, because who
Right.
gets to use all this equipment?
Well, our faculty and students, as well as industry partners, the other
Meaning
universities
it's
in
open,
the state.
it's not just for them, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this has really allowed us to move forward and win in the semiconductor space.
Right. This is what the Novus Innovation Corridor will look like when fleshed out. 10 million square feet, about 3 million square feet is up or under construction, something like that, right, Morgan? So we're about 30% of our way to that. I will say, the other two presidents are not here. This is our athletic facilities district site. All the universities were given authority for athletic facilities districts when the bill was passed. So it's open territory for everyone. And so at the bottom center of the project is the headquarters building for the Global Futures Laboratory, called the Center for Planetary Health. That's up and built. Many of the buildings moving up rural where they're built up there, many of those are in place. All the buildings along the lake are in place to the left. The board gets an annual update on this really, really important project. This would be the single largest development project in Arizona. And the master developer is ASU, and our partner developer, I want to make a comment on how we're the master developer. The city of Tempe is our partner, and then we have a commercial development partner
Yeah, Catellus Development Corporation is our partner on NOAS.
Right. Scheduled to start. Physical science H, complex modernization. How much will that cost, Morgan?
That's about $115 million.
So I just want Regents to understand that to take a fabulous older building that must be 50 years old now or so, and turn it into what we need it to be going forward is over $100 million of just renovation. How much public support do we have for that?
That will all be funded with bond issuance, and the debt service will be paid by student tuition.
The East Athletic Village tennis and track facilities, so we'll be continuing to advance our sports. And I said some time ago, and I'll just reiterate again, the best athletic facilities that exist at any American university. That's where we will end up when we're done. Not paid for by tuition. What are we doing here, Morgan?
So this is to scale our student union there, where students spend a lot of their day outside the classrooms. We have public events, et cetera, and we need to grow, to accommodate the growth we're planning for on the Polytechnic campus.
So in the spirit of, Jim O'Brien noticed when we were walking around this building earlier, so the building where you're sitting in right now, how is this financed, Jim?
Well, I just happened to notice the photographs on the wall as you come in from, I'm not sure, I think it was the addition to the union. It could have been the early 60s. And they posted the source of revenue. The building cost $750,000. And it noted that $400,000 would come from a bond issue and $350,000 really from gifts, from philanthropy. So the union here was not built by the state of Arizona. It was, even in the early 1960s, built through debt and gifts.
Scheduled to start in 2026. I'm trying to give you a sense of momentum, complexity, the things we're trying to do. The McCain National Library and Museum. So Jim O'Brien, explain what we're doing here.
Well, here we have acquired a significant amount of resource from
$167 million.
From the federal government to build a library in the name of Senator McCain at a site across the river that the university has owned for many, many years, that will in many ways serve as an extension of the Tempe campus and allow us to place on it a really remarkable facility that will convene the community, the larger community here in Maricopa County in a variety of ways, as well as help remember Senator McCain and his contributions.
Will it be a library?
Well, there will be a library, but there'll be much more than the library as well.
Meeting spaces, gathering spaces, convening spaces, conference spaces, all that kind of stuff. Shireen, what is this?
Well, it probably won't look exactly like that, but this is actually the headquarters of ASU Health. So it will house the School of Medicine, Advanced Medical Engineering.
You mean all the labs will be in there?
No, the labs will not be in it. We have the lab building sort of across the parking lot, but no.
And then some are here.
And some are here.
And
yes.
then what about the clinical training? Where will that go?
The clinical training primarily for the medical school is, of course, with our primary clinical partner, Honor Health, at a number of their facilities. So it'll be distributed.
Right. And do we have any signed letters of intent relative to the naming of the medical school?
We do indeed. So we're very excited to move that, and the
For $100 million.
Donor is excited to move it from a signed letter of intent to an agreement. So we're hoping that's close.
Right. So what's the result? We won't spend much time on this. You get this one. We compete against lots of other places and do very well. And I'll stop there before we go to what's next in the few minutes that we have left. And there's lots of the conversation that the Regents want to have on certain other topics will be in the executive session. So let's just pause here for questions about what you've seen so far.
Regent Zaragoza?
Just a comment. If memory serves me right, and it might not since I'm kind of old, last year I seem to recall that we were 9 years in a row #1 in innovation.
Yeah.
And I proposed that if we got to 10, we would issue commemorative rings.
We did get to 10.
Okay.
We are number 10. And I have a whole series of rings that I'm given for our athletic successes. I can give you those.
No.
But they say my name on them, and I don't really want them. But I have to pay taxes when I'm giving them on
That's
the
fair.
on the value of the ring.
In all seriousness, what did it mean for you to get to 10 years in a row?
What it meant is, you know, we have a fantastic team, and it was just further evidence that other people are recognizing that, since you know, it's tough to be recognized in our sector. So I think I was happy about that.
Regent.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I guess two questions if I can. So appreciate your basic premise that our goal is to serve the public.
Yes.
And that so much of our time is around the component parts and the strategies around each one, but ultimately it is about serving the public. And I think you guys are just doing a remarkable job about that. You know, there's a phrase in hockey that the greats figure out where the puck is going.
Yeah.
And, you know, as I think back over the last 20 years, you were ahead of applied manufacturing with the enormous expansion of engineering, what was that, 12, 15 years ago. You moved with Herberger into sustainability. About 5 or 6 years ago, as I recall, you sort of made a pronounced effort into the space and defense arena. About 2 years ago, the board gave you a green light on public health, and obviously you're seizing the moment.
Yeah.
As you think about the next decade, what are we missing? What assets, what strategies, where's the puck going beyond those things that might be on this board's agenda, you know, 2 or 3 years from now?
So, I mean, it's really you know, if you look at all of the complexities in the present political environment, it's funny. So the United States has outperformed Europe since 1990 with 20% more economic growth than the European economic growth. Unparalleled in the world. So we have unparalleled economic success, and we have people that are not happy. We have people whose lives seem disjointed. We have people that are upset. My relatives from my father's family in Missouri, who have lived in Missouri for 200 years, not happy. And I can understand it. Things are moving so fast, and they feel like, in fact, you should hear the names they have for me. They're not good. It's like, oh, well, you got to go to college, Mr. Smarty Pants, and you have a nice income and so forth and so on, and, you know, I'm still working here in central Missouri, you know, fixing bridges. Or, you know, one of my niece's husbands is, you know, a repair guy at the local school district, et cetera, et cetera. And so the universities must find a way to be seen as valuable to everyone, not only the students that come to the university, but everyone who can't come to the university. They must be seen doing things that are in their interest. Now, we are doing things in their interest, believe me, but they're not seen. So if we don't find a way to become more ubiquitous, if we don't find a way to project what we're doing, if we don't find a way, I keep telling people, there will be tar and feathers for all of us. Well, I can already see the tar and smell it, and I see piles of feathers over there that are being plucked. And so what we need to do in the next 10 years is say, can some institutions of higher education in the United States become more available? So I'll just take the way that we operate. So I'll just pick on a couple of our deans. So Dean Batts, how many journalism students do we have in Cronkite School?
We have a total of 2,500 students, both online and in person.
And then in the law school, what do we have total? 1,800, and then engineering over 30,000, and then in humanities, how many do we have?
4,000.
And 4,000 in humanities. How many do we have in the honors college? 7,600 in the honors college. And so these, I mean, most people don't build 7,600 student honors college, but let's just pick that college. If the families that send the kids to the honors college are not also connected to the university in some way, you know, we failed. And so let's just take the challenge of challenges. I'll just pick 3 things that we're doing. So ASU Health, Shireen, what are our goals? They're not to produce doctors or nurses. What are our goals?
To improve health outcome.
Now, I've been running my chatbot to death my little AI tool, my ChatGPT tool, like they're sick of me now. They're telling me I owe money, that I'm using too much electricity, I'm using too much cycle time. So I switched to another one. I could play it for you right now. I could ask this little buddy I have some questions and I could give you the answers. But I've been trying to figure out how are we going to measure all that. Now we know how to measure health outcomes, but how do we measure what we did to help the health outcomes? And so that's what we're working on. That's what we are focused on. And I don't know who's here from GFL. Is that Peter? So Peter Schlosser, who's the head of the Global Futures Laboratory, come up and take the microphone. So we're not, again, so on the Global Futures Laboratory that we're building, there's all this stuff going on. Well, it's terrible, and we got to make sure that the electric vehicles don't happen, and we got to kill off the blood of this and make all this happen. All of that is irrelevant. What we need is, in the long run and in the short run, we have to figure out how we're going to have a more successful relationship with all these natural resources that we're using and how we're using the atmosphere. And we need to figure out how to make money about all these things. And so our carbon capture technology that we're building, or have built, set aside the politics of the moment. What is it supposed to do, and will people make money off of it when we start mining carbon dioxide out of the or carbon out of the atmosphere?
Well, we have to take carbon out of the atmosphere to keep the planet from overheating. We have to take gigatons out of it. We have to figure out how to use some of it commercially and how to put the rest away. But all of that will build an industry that will be a trillion-dollar industry. So while we are doing good for the world, we also can help new economies to be created.
So can we help build a trillion-dollar industry, some of which can be based in Arizona? Yes, we can do that. So we're sort of ahead of the political conflict right now. We're sort of ahead of the political debate. Thank you, Peter. So what we're trying to do is figuring out how to do that. And then Kyle Squires. So right now, would you say that in our 33,000 students in engineering, so people don't realize, so I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy recently said that Americans were no longer capable of doing, academic things. And I'm like, really, Vivek? I mean, you haven't been around long enough in this country to really know that for sure. But are we getting kids into and out of engineering as full-scale engineers who wouldn't have had a normal pathway through engineering without some of the things that we've done?
So we have basically done it.
Find one of the other microphones because it's got to go to the outside.
So we have architected very unique pathways to make students successful, and that, I think, is a very, very powerful outcome of our college, the president's investment in growing engineering. What do you mean? You get to 33,000 students, which is what we are. You have to have an immersive environment to support them, meet the students where they are, provide wraparound tutoring, other support, career outcomes. These engineers are getting jobs, they're getting placed, and oftentimes we're their shot. But it's a high value, high quality, scaled education. But again, it's taken a lot to build that.
But let's say that I'm an electrician. So this is, Regent Duval, still on your question. So let's say I'm an electrician and I'm working in people's houses, but I hear that there's a job over at the TSMC semiconductor manufacturing plant that pays 3 times what I make and comes with benefits and job security that's not so seasonal, et cetera, et cetera. How are we going to help that person? How are we going to help her?
Well, so there's 2 ways we're going to help them. One is to provide training, that is to upskill them so they can be qualified immediately for that job, right? And that's a continuing effort, and that continues to grow. That's been spurred by a lot of the semiconductor awards and wins in Arizona, but that's an immediate path. But then now, moving forward, how do you also then architect those paths so that if that student chooses to do so, they can come into one of our degree programs? That electrician may want to achieve a EE, an electrical engineering degree. We have that online. They can do that. That's a very powerful pathway. So yeah, very possible.
So in doing that, our challenge then, Regent Duval, is that so we're going to be involved in doing all those things, and some universities think all those other things make you less of a university. So our combining of LE and AE, academic enterprise and learning enterprise, under the university, how can we take all the assets that we have for the production of knowledge and learning pathways and so forth and make it available LE to people not pursuing degrees and AE to people pursuing degrees? And so how do we bring all that together, expanding the purpose of the university? So, and then we have to figure out how we're going to pay for all this. So that's an unbelievable challenge for us.
So President Crow, when you were talking about the adult learning, I'm looking at Maria because this group is like they are adult and they're taking 1 or 2 or 3 courses, but you have been successful. How do you trace, or what is the metrics for them to really not take only 1, 2 and be able to take a degree and finish? Because this is related to everything that we're talking and what Regent Duval has asked. How is that path?
I would say, well, first we got to personalize the learning for them. Not everyone necessarily wants to do a degree pathway, but for the ones that do, we have a very close partnership with EdPlus so that when they're taking the courses that are open to everyone, they're also getting communications around enrolling and potential financial aid for them. So we've done over 6,000 people have taken us up from going from just courses to degree programs.
That's great. Thank you.
So our principal, one of our other challenges is, even here in Arizona, I'll just say that there's people that, they want the university to be a certain thing. Like we should only teach undergraduates. So we have elected officials in the state that believe we should have no graduate students. And so I'm like, no graduate students? I mean, there's whole industries dependent upon graduate students, entire professions upon which a graduate degree is essential. And so it's just that we have different views, and so we need to get people to understand that we're trying to be of service to everybody.
Regent Brister.
Thank you, Chair Mata. Dr. Crow, you've touched on it a couple times, but energy for me going forward for the state of Arizona continues to be a really big issue.
Energy, right.
Things are expanding, population is expanding. Can you give me any ideas on what you see in the next, to follow Fred Duvall's question, in the next decade that's going to focus on energy and bring forward for the state energy to fuel all that we are trying to do, not only at ASU, not only at the other 2 universities, but across the board?
So we're working on projects now related exactly to that. So to take just the data centers planned for Central Arizona would require 14 gigawatts of additional power. That's equal to all of the power presently consumed and then some. And so we're building a decision theater tool with funding from local utilities and others and philanthropies to now model out how you could do 13 gigawatts, 14 gigawatts of additional power. So we're working on that. And then is David here? I thought David was here earlier. David, yeah, come on up. So David Rozovsky, who is our new senior university designer inside the University Design Institute. So just grab one of the microphones, David. So, David, what were your last 3 jobs?
I was Vice President for Research at Kansas State University. I was the Provost and Senior Vice President at the University of Vermont, and before that, the Dean of Engineering at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
And then where did you grow up? What was the institution that you were at?
I grew up in Boston.
But I mean back in Texas?
I was head of civil engineering at Texas A&M.
And how many faculty are in civil engineering at Texas A&M?
We had 110 faculty in civil.
And so David's working on a number of projects in his design role. So just without giving out too much of what we're doing, just so we have a number of groups that we're working with now on small modular reactors. And how could these small modular reactors over the next 10 years become an asset to this region in terms of finding a way to generate additional power? So just give one example of the project that you're working on, that you and I are working on as we speak.
We're looking at building a consortium of universities working in the nuclear engineering, nuclear science space to create a coalition that leverages one another's unique expertise, faculty talents, physical resources, discovery assets, and community engagement resources like relationships with power plants, relationships with national labs, and so forth, to create the capacity to significantly and rapidly increase the number of graduates with expertise in nuclear engineering, nuclear power.
Now, we don't know that that's what will happen. We don't know that that's what we need to do. But what we do know is that we have to look at it and think about it. So we're looking at all these things from a scenario basis, and then we're working on every kind of tool imaginable. So no one is here from the Peter. Do you want to talk about, without naming the donor that is signing on the bottom line for our new energy initiative? So Peter Schlosser, the head of the Global Futures, the Vice President for Global Futures at ASU. And Peter, what was your last job before you came here?
My last job?
Yeah.
It was at Columbia University, where I was the Deputy Director and Director of Research of the Earth Institute.
Right. And so what is our new energy initiative that is about to be launched with a $50 million gift? What does it look like?
So we are developing a program jointly between Thunderbird and the Global Futures Laboratory to get the message about the energy situation that we have, the energy transformation, what it means, especially what does it mean to phase out fossils and phase in alternatives, especially renewables. What do we have to make sure that we are not falling into, which is an energy gap?
Yeah. If you're going to do that, you can't have a gap at all, period. So.
And how do we communicate that, and how do we face that so that we are not taking too long in that transition? And that new initiative would be dedicated to exactly figuring out how to do that transition, but importantly, how to message that, how to teach that, and how to educate the change makers that are needed in that space.
Right. And is Charla here? I didn't see her. Maybe she's not here.
She's overseas.
She's overseas? Did we leave her in India? I thought.
She's in Nairobi.
She's in Nairobi. I knew she was somewhere. So excuse me. So we have a lot going on, a lot that we're working on. We're engaged in this in very significant ways, and we understand the dilemma and the challenge. So this is not a you can't grow, you shouldn't grow, you can't do this. It's just the opposite. It's how do you do this? How do you build the pathways? So the other thing we're trying to do, and these projects should represent this, is that Arizona itself doesn't spend money on these kinds of things. State of Texas does. State of Florida does. State of Colorado does. Arizona doesn't. Okay, they don't. And so we'll go out and find it somewhere else. So we'll find other partnerships. Now, without mentioning these individuals' names, so I'm working with a Los Angeles-based investment firm owned and founded by a billionaire individual who's very interested in all these projects and likely also to be a donor in these projects. And so we're advancing to acquire the resources to be able to do this work to make these things happen. So,
thank you.
I'm giving
So-
you 10 minutes.
yes, 10 minutes, right. So I don't know that I don't have any additional slides that I want to go through. I think what I want to say is we've constructed under your guidance, input, and allowance, forbearance, all of those things, both this board and previous boards, a new kind of university. The state already has and has had for a long time the University of Arizona, which is a world-class research university, a hyper land grant. It has medicine, veterinary medicine, engineering, agriculture. So it's one of the super land grants. There's only a handful of those in the country. It's been doing these things for 100 years. It has the 2 teachers' colleges that evolved, more late for whatever reason. The state evolved kind of late. Population didn't really take off till 1945, 1950. The emergence of ASU was held back by the politics of the state at the moment. ASU broke out, NAU broke out, now have evolved. You now have 3 R1 universities, all very different, and the more different, the better. And in our institution's case, because we're a latecomer, we are less subject to the historical design. Now, the historical design is not wrong. It is beautiful, necessary, and insufficient. That's what I would say. It is beautiful, necessary, and insufficient. I came from universities of the historical design. Fantastic institutions, unbelievable to be a part of the institutions. None of them could do what you all have asked us to do. We've added 30,000 students in 4.5 years. We have 20,000 students attending ASU online, just under 20,000 students, built an entire university without a penny of capital expense by the state. Okay. And so when the regents had hired me, led by Don Ulrich, who was the chair of the search committee, he said, can you help figure out how to build an entrepreneurial, innovative, high-speed, adaptive university that does something other than beg for money? Well, we have done that. and now it is operating, and now it's advancing. So in your toolkit as regents, you've got tremendous institutions, highly differentiated from each other, all capable of significant things. They can work together sometimes, they compete together, they compete against each other in some spaces, but they work together in different ways. And so we don't have a unified, highly regimented, bureaucratic system overseen by someone that's making all the universities be the same. And we don't have 2,000 staff in Oakland overseeing as Maria knows, being the vice chair of the California Board of Regents. Wave your hand again, Maria. And so it's a different model. I mean, the University of California is an unbelievable model, but it's a different model, and this isn't California. And so what you've got is, I mean, I've just given you the annual update of how this university is doing. Now, do we have issues? Unbelievable issues. Do we have risks? Unbelievable attention to detail to mitigate those risks. Do we have concerns? We got lots of concerns. Do we have operational complexity? Beyond anything you can imagine. We're sometimes held accountable for 3 sentences of speech of one of 41,000 employees who doesn't speak for the institution. Okay. So there's a complexity. So somehow we're condemned because that one person said that thing, whatever that happens to be, or did that thing. And so I think that what we've been able to do is to deliver to you a modern, adaptive, agile, high-quality institution with a faculty that's unbelievable, with a staff that supports them that's unbelievable. I mean, our faculty is it's really unbelievable. The things that they're able to do, willing to do, adjust to do, adapt to do. And so we're just checking in and giving you a sense of how we're doing. And what I will say is this will be my last comment before we go into the executive session. The things we're doing now, the kinds of things that Sally and the Knowledge Enterprise have been winning, the kinds of things that Learning Enterprise has been able to achieve under Maria, the kinds of things that we're doing relative to our degree programs, we're now only able to do these things because of this model, because of this structure, because of this way that we're advancing. And now we are positioned now to do things far greater than anything we ever could have even imagined. Now we can see those things. Could we help the Army to change its learning trajectory? Yeah, we can do that. No problem. When you need it. Deploy it in August? No problem. So we can do that. So I'll stop there, Chair Mata, and I'll ask if any of the executive committee wants to add anything that maybe I left out. They're laughing. Some of them agree with you that it's too much, too fast.
President Crow, thank you so much for your report and to have your executive committee.
And the deans.
And the deans.
Yes.
I was going to say, and the deans. So thank you very much. And I will give you a round of applause because we were here sitting, going through all the slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can take 5 minutes break for those that needs to go to the restroom and continue with the Audit and Risk Management Committee, or do you want to continue? Do you need a break? Any of you? Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes, okay?
Wow. And
Okay.
they have jobs to do.
Okay, so our next item is the report on January 30, 2025 Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. And Regent Brewster, as the chair committee, would you please present this item?
Thank you, Chair Mata. To the vapidly reduced room, it must be audit committee time. 40,000 feet of Dr. Crow and ASU down to audit. Here we go. Okay. Chair Mata, we will be quick. At this time, I would like to provide a report on the January 30th Audit and Risk Management Committee meeting. We began our meeting with a report on the status of the Auditor General's audits of ABOR and all 3 universities. The university's annual finance audits have been completed. That's the good news. The system has several performance audits from prior years that are still awaiting a final report and to be closed out. Next, the university's chief auditors reported on their internal audit activities and progress against their fiscal year 2025 audit plans, as well as their continued progress in addressing prior audit recommendations. The committee also had the opportunity to meet with Bill Harrison, the newly hired Chief Audit Executive at the University of Arizona. The Audit and Risk Management Committee will reconvene in March to discuss the overall enterprise risk management approach. Chair Mata, at this time, that concludes the report from the Audit Committee.
Thank you so much, Regent Brewster. We will now move to the University Governance and Operations Report from January 30, 2025, and I will ask the Chair Committee to present this item. Regent Goodyear.
Thank you, Chair Mata. We started with a review of the TRIF Regents Research Grant proposal for approval. We were joined by Major General Kerry Muhlenbach, the Adjutant General of Arizona and Director of the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. The committee then reviewed, on first reading, the proposed new board admission policy 2-105 and the repeal of existing board admissions policies 2-120 and 2-121. The committee received a package of proposed new academic programs for Northern Arizona University, presented by Provost Karen Pugliese. The next item was a discussion pertaining to the fiscal year 2024 annual financial reviews prepared from the university's audited June 30, 2024 annual comprehensive financial reports. Finally, the committee discussed the sale of property located at Yuma Agricultural Center in Yuma, Arizona. That is the report from the University Governance and Operations Committee.
Thank you so much, Regent Goodyear. So our next item is discussion and consideration of legislation affecting the university enterprise. So I would like to welcome Thomas Atkins to discuss our legislative affairs portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Chair, Regents, Presidents. I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you to provide a brief update on the state legislature and some of the activities that's going on down there. Before I begin, I really want to highlight some of the tremendous collaboration that's happening down at our state capitol. Between the board staff, the university teams, the presidents themselves, we are engaged in working more cohesively than I've ever seen. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. It really is an all-hands approach to trying to increase and maximize our influence with state policymakers. I really do want to emphasize how great it is and important that our presidents are engaged down there. I've seen our presidents down there multiple times meeting with members. It is an interesting place, and legislators have their own priorities and passion projects. But connecting with presidents directly, I think, provides a tremendous opportunity for us to highlight our top priorities. So I want to thank especially the presidents for being down there and present so often. I also, as always, want to thank and acknowledge the excellent government affairs teams at each of the universities who are down there in the trenches day in and day out, that are working our issues on bills 7 days a week. There's a lot of communication that's happening, and I'm really appreciative for their work. All that said, what is the current state of affairs down at the Capitol? Believe it or not, I'm actually pleased to say that I think things are a little better this year than they were last year. Overall, I think the support for public higher education is better. And I think that, I say this because the number and type of bills that have been introduced that are in some way trying to impact the universities, there's a greater percentage of them that I think are actually helpful, that are positive. We've also experienced anecdotally, as we've met with legislators and before they took office and since, a lot more vocal support for public higher education. And just as importantly, they have the support, but they want to help, and they want to help through legislation. Now, that is not to say that there are not disagreements or that there are bills that we oppose. Of course there is. But overall, it does feel like we are headed in the right direction, if slowly. I have several thoughts as to why this may be. Some I probably wouldn't share publicly just based off of little different experiences. But I will just say and highlight that we have been able to grow our government affairs team or repurpose staff within the board office to better and more effectively engage at the state capitol. And so I really do want to highlight and thank the board for their support and Director Sampson for the repurposing and addition of Monica Trejo and Megan Gilbertson to our government affairs team, in addition to the hiring of our former intern Xavier Leal and our new legislative intern Riley Witz. So whether by causation or correlation, adding these board superstars has made a tremendous positive impact in the quality and quantity of our engagement down at the Capitol. So now on to the nuts and bolts. So far this session, there's been about 1,800 various bills, memorials, and resolutions that have been introduced. The good news is that the deadline for the introduction of new legislation has passed in both chambers. This means that the known universe of bills that we're tracking is relatively well known. Obviously, we need to keep our eyes open for any of the so-called strike everything amendments that can introduce entirely new topics, but we are nevertheless confident that we have our arms slowly getting around everything that's been introduced so far. Of those 1,800 bills, our initial review has flagged around 130 that might have some impact under the board or university operations, and we're continuing our analysis on those. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all 130 of those bills, but I will highlight just a few for your awareness. The first bill I want to mention is Senate Bill 1021. This is a bill that grants in-state tuition status to all contracted ROTC students at our institutions. The initial analysis is still being finalized, but we think the impact will be somewhat moderate or minimal, and that it may have a positive impact in our recruitment of ROTC students from other states. Senate Bill 1020 is the annual Guns on Campus bill. This is essentially identical to a bill that's been introduced multiple times for the last several years. This would allow individuals with concealed weapons permits to carry a weapon on campus. The board is opposed, and we are monitoring the progress of the bill, which has been on party line votes so far. One of the bills that we are supporting is one we didn't expect. It's an interesting one sponsored by Senator Karen Werner. This is Senate Bill 1623. This appropriates $10 million to add additional graduate medical education positions within Arizona. We think this pairs nicely with our Healthy Tomorrow initiative and will provide more residency opportunities for our medical school graduates. Another popular topic down at the Capitol is the Arizona Teachers Academy. And the good news, there's a lot, I think, of broad-based support for ATA. And different efforts to show that support have manifested in a few different bills I'll just mention, two of which are identical, Senate Bill 1247 and House Bill 2765. These expand ATA to all programs at the community college level, not just those post-baccalaureate certification programs. Additionally, House Bill 2018 expands ATA to private post-secondary institutions and funds this through a $10 million appropriation. There's also been two bills introduced this year pertaining to university president compensation and capping it. I'll just mention Senate Bill 1453, which was heard in committee yesterday. This bill would cap presidential pay at $500,000 and limit any additional compensation at 15% of salary. After a hearing yesterday in committee with testimony from the board, the committee opted not to take a vote or take any action on it, and we'll continue to monitor to see if it shows up on another agenda. 1615, Senate Bill 1615, is a bill that deals with name, image, and likeness. We didn't initiate this bill, but we're working with the sponsor, Senator Shope. Essentially, this bill in its current form would prohibit associations, conferences, or other governing bodies from preventing post-secondary institutions from compensating student athletes for their use of their name, image, and likeness. The sponsor has agreed to work with the universities and has done some outreach to ensure that any ideas that we have to improve the legislation will be included. In summary, I'll just say that there's been numerous bills that are out there still pending. Next week is the last week for most regular committees to hear bills. That means if you have a House bill and it doesn't receive a hearing by tomorrow, appropriations bills notwithstanding, then if they haven't got a hearing, they're pretty much dead. at least the bill number. The ideas can always be resurrected. This is a good mile marker that we'll keep an eye on. Anyway, this concludes my brief presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. We have
Chair Motter, may I speak? First of all, I'd love to just add to what Thomas says. Thomas does a phenomenal job. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the work that the regents are doing. Several regents are down there. They're doing a great work. Regent Goodyear, Regent Duvall, they spend their time, and talent Regent Stein. In fact, all of you have spent some time, Regent Pacheco. I'm doing a terrible job, Regent Mata. All of you have spent time. You are using your time, talent to do this. We get paid to do this. You do not. And you are phenomenal in representing higher education in this state. And just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shad. So President Crow?
Sort of a technical question. So most of our out-of-state ROTC students, or many of them anyway, are scholarship. And so that is, they have a source of revenue to pay their tuition. And so the legislature not only would be asking us to cover the tuition for some students, but also taking away revenue that we have for other students.
Chair and President Crow, this has been an interesting one for us as well. And as we've started to learn more about, what constitutes a contracted ROTC student, and is that the same as if they're a scholarship, and who's funding that, we've asked the universities to make sure that the analysis is accurate on that. So if there is an impact, that it is acceptable or minimal. But it is still being...
Well, we would obviously love, and you should project this, to have as many ROTC students as we can have. This morning they were out before dawn when I was walking around doing their drill on their Thursday drill, and so it was fantastic to see the Air Force folks and the Army folks, and then the Navy/Marine. But just to the regents, I mean, the legislature is repeatedly asking the university to cover the tuition costs of more and more groups of students. Without ever offering any resources for that specifically. And so the source of funding then for that is the tuition revenue source that we have from the other students. And so just to be clear, this is how it works. And obviously they're the policymakers and they get to decide what they want to decide. But I would also hate to also lose the revenue from scholarships that are already in the hands of these students. So.
Thank you, President Crow. Any other comments or questions from the regents? Thank you, Thomas, for your report.
Thank you.
Next is the student regents report, and we have Regents Zaragoza and Fisher. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mata, for giving us some time to update the board, the presidents, and the audience on our activities these past few months. So back in November, we announced the expansion of the Student Living, Housing, and Security Work Group into the Student Wellbeing Work Group, which was to add mental health to our focus. So we had a meeting with our stakeholders 2 days ago. And I was really pleased with the caliber of people that I have the privilege of working with. And honestly, I felt a bit out of my depth, but that's why I'm a student regent, which notice the emphasis on the word student. And speaking of being a student, specifically an electrical engineering student, I couldn't help but notice how President Crow and Dean Squires kept bringing up Arizona's booming semiconductor industry and how their goal is for engineering students at this time at this fine university to attain full-time employment at companies that are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in advanced manufacturing. Maybe I should ask them how someone would go about making this dream come true on an individual level. I promise I'm asking for a friend. All kidding aside, I am very happy to announce that we have a website up and running for our well-being work group. For anyone interested in checking it out, it is located at www.azregents.edu/supporting student wellness. I want to give my heartfelt thanks to the board office's web development team for making it look as pretty as it does. Having dabbled in web design, it takes a good amount of dedication to do it well. I also want to thank Roxanne Murphy from the board office. She's our director of post-secondary attainment, and she's a shining example of what it means to be a public servant. I have a ways to go in learning how to effectively coordinate people and their schedules, but she's taught me a lot in how to do that well. And I most want to thank Regent Fisher for her partnership in getting this committee from square one to where it is now. I can say that it won't be in good hands next year, but great hands thanks to you, and I look forward to seeing where you take it from here on out.
Thank you so much, Regent Zaragoza. I've learned so much from the successes you've already had in this role, so I'm excited for next year as well, but I'll be sad that you're not here. We have both been working hard with Roxanne, as he mentioned, and we're happy to announce that our first listening session will be next week at NAU during Health Promotion's Student Wellness Town Hall. It has been so wonderful working closely with Melissa Griffin and the Student Wellness Advocacy Group, affectionately known as SWAG, which I think is really cool. They're a fantastic group of students and leaders that share ABOR's goals in supporting student mental health. I was so impressed at their level of commitment to students when I got to sit in on their meeting last week. The NAU Student Wellness Town Hall will take place on February 19th, which is next Wednesday from 5 to 6:30 p.m. This will be a very open forum type conversation where we're talking in small groups with students, and the help with SWAG, we are collecting anonymous qualitative data. We're trying to make this as approachable as possible because like the topic of mental health tends to be heavy sometimes. So we're hoping to attract a variety of students to really get a good idea of what's going on day to day. We also have a Campus Health Wellness Summit on Friday, March 21st, happening at U of A. They've been so gracious to grant us some time during their already existing event to conduct a listening session where we hope to again reach a variety of students and collect that real qualitative data. We're also working with Dr. Joanne Vogel to schedule a listening session at ASU in the month of March, which I'm also looking forward to. This has been a busy time, but I'm so grateful for the board allowing us to pursue this project, and I look forward to working on this next year as well. Thank you, Chair. We your time.
Thank you, Regent Zaragoza. Thank you, Regent Fisher. And now our final item is the report from the Arizona Faculty's Council. Professor Ellis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Mata and Regents. Thank you for this opportunity to report to you today. In this challenging time in higher education, we wish to highlight the essential nature of academic freedom. The American Association of University Professors, AAUP, developed and has adapted over time the Statement of Principles on Academic Freedom. The AAUP states that institutions of higher education are conducted for the common good and not to further the interest of either the individual faculty member or the institution as a whole. The stated three key elements of academic freedom are, number one, faculty are entitled to full freedom in research and the publication of the results, subject to the adequate performance of their academic duties. Number two, faculty are entitled to freedom in the classroom in discussing their subject, but they should be careful not to introduce in their teaching controversial matter which has no relation to their subject. And three, college and university faculty are citizens, members of a learned profession, and officers of an educational institution. When they speak or write as citizens, not as representatives of their university, they should be free from institutional censorship or discipline. In the book, You Can't Teach That, The Battle Over University Classrooms, Keith Whittington, the David Boies Professor of Law at Yale Law School, states that, quote, these principles are understood to be essential elements in constructing a university dedicated to advancement and dissemination of human knowledge and to the provision to American society of expertise on what we know about the workings of the natural and social world, end quote. Richard Amesbury and Catherine O'Donnell, professors here at ASU, authored an article in the Chronicle of Higher Education in October of 2024 on this subject. Quote, academic freedom and free speech are distinct values which operate according to importantly different logics. To enjoy constitutional protections, free speech need not be true or reasonable. The substance of what is said is essentially irrelevant. By contrast, what academic freedom protects are precisely the processes by which researchers and scholars distinguish between what is true and false, warranted and unwarranted, credible and discredited, end quote. Faculty have the obligation to teach their disciplines as we are the recognized authorities regarding the natural and social world. We contribute to healthy, civically engaged communities and to the liberty of all individuals. Assistance to and defense of faculty and their work, of the thousands of individuals entrusted with the education of all our citizenry, is essential. For this reason, we do look forward to updates from the board staff and ABOR regarding your examination of doxing and policies to support faculty. The mission of the state universities is to teach students through research to innovate and advance knowledge and to serve the communities of Arizona and beyond. The collective economic impact of ASU, NAU, and U of A to the state is in the tens of billions, and we ensure a healthy, thriving, democratic society. We are committed to continuing to teach and conduct research, and our hope is that the strength and character of our institutions affirms the work of the board and ensures a positive future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ellis. So this any questions or comments from the board? Hear none. This concludes the public session. The board will meet in the alumni lounge immediately following this public session for a review of assignments with President Crow. Before we recess, we have a few announcements. At 5:30, we have the Regents Professor induction ceremony. So the public session is now in recess. We now meet at the other conference room. Thank you.